लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं प्लीज। हम हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी का, ऑनरेबल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया, श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ जल शक्ति, श्री मानिक साहा जी, ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ त्रिपुरा, श्री डी.के. शिवकुमार जी, ऑनरेबल डेप्यूटी सीएम कर्नाटका, श्री महेंद्रजीत सिंह मालवीय, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेज राजस्थान, श्रीमती उषा शर्मा जी, चीफ सेक्रेटरी राजस्थान, श्री पंकज कुमार जी, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेज, रिवर डेवलपमेंट एंड गंगा रिजुविनेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। आइए आप सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। कुछ ही पलों में हमारे मुख्य अतिथि हमारे बीच में पधारेंगे। एक बार फिर से आप सभी लोगों से अनुरोध करूंगी कि जब वे हमारे बीच में आए तो एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ आप उनका अभिनंदन करें। We would also like to extend a warm welcome to Shri Satendra Dev Singh Ji, Honorable WRD Minister, Uttar Pradesh. आइए जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं आपके लिए। श्रीमती टुकुनी साहू, Honorable Minister for Water Resources, Government of Odisha. Shri Satpal Maharaj, Honorable WRD Minister, Uttarakhand. Shri Subhash A. Shirodkar, Honorable Minister for Water Resources, Government of Goa. Shri Migma Narbu Sherpa, Honorable Power Minister, Sikkim. Shri Yangbu Nyumai, Honorable Minister of Water Resources of Manipur. We will just wait for a couple of seconds or a minute for our chief guest to be here, जो हमारे बीच में आ चुके हैं। आइए श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी के लिए भारत के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जो हमारे बीच में पधार चुके हैं, तहे दिल से उनका अभिनंदन करते हैं। जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं आपके लिए। Sir, thank you very much for taking out your valuable time to be a part of this international conference on dam safety right here in Jaipur today with us. Thank you. We request everyone to kindly be seated. भारत सरकार जल शक्ति मंत्रालय, जल संसाधन, नदी विकास और गंगा संरक्षण विभाग की ओर से मैं संचाली अरोरा, भारत के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति, माननीय मंत्रीगण, सचिवों, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय और राष्ट्रीय प्रतिनिधियों, राज्य के अधिकारियों, जल शक्ति मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत विभिन्न संगठन, शैक्षणिक संस्थान, विश्व बैंक, बांध मालिक, मीडिया कर्मी और सम्मानित अतिथियों का जयपुर के बांध सुरक्षा पर आयोजित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूं। आइए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं फिर से। 2 दिन के लिए आयोजित किए जा रहे इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन का विषय है सुरक्षित और संरक्षित बांध राष्ट्र की समृद्धि सुनिश्चित करते हैं। The theme for today's conference, or this 2-day conference right here in Jaipur, is Safe and Secure Dams Ensure Nation's Prosperity. Now, before we take this conference forward, इससे पहले कि हम इस conference का formal तरीके से मंगल आरंभ करें, आप सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं। Let's come together and start the day by paying our respects to our great nation by standing in honor of the Indian national anthem, Jana Gana Mana.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाही तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this 2 days international conference on dam safety is being organized by the Ministry of Jal Shakti, the Government of India, in collaboration with the Rajasthan Water Resources Department, Central Water Commission, National Dam Safety Authority, MNIT Jaipur, Vapcos Limited, World Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. With over 6,000 dams in India, ranked third globally in terms of large dams, and approximately 80% of these dams exceeding 25 years of age, while 234 surpassing the century mark, ensuring their safety is of paramount importance. With this objective in mind, the conference aims to provide a prime venue for experts from India and across the world to come together and debate cutting-edge topics in dam safety and management. This conference stands backed by esteemed organizers, academics, DRIP implementing agencies, sponsors, and media partners. More than 800 national and international delegates are attending this two-day conference, and we are more than grateful to all of you for being here with us. We are grateful, of course, to the Honorable Vice President of India, the Honorable Ministers on the dais for taking out their valuable time to be here with us today. We would like to present a memento and a shawl as a token of appreciation to our respected dignitaries. मैं अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी से, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, to kindly present a memento to the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar ji, as a token of our appreciation. आप लोगों की तालियों के बीच, of course. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगी श्री पंकज कुमार जी से, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेज, रिवर डेवलपमेंट एंड गंगा रिजुविनेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, to kindly present a memento to everyone on the dais, starting with Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, the Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti. Thank you, Shri Manik Sahaji, Honorable Chief Minister of Tripura. Shri D.K. Sivakumarji, Honorable Deputy CM, Karnataka. Shri Mahendrajit Singh Malviya, Honorable Minister of Water Resources, Rajasthan. Srimati Usha Sharma ji, Chief Secretary, Rajasthan. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Jal Bharo ceremony in the Indian culture is significant for its religious, environmental, cultural, and social aspects. It not only serves as a holy offering, but also carries a broader message of the reverence for water, community participation, and, of course, the preservation of the cultural traditions. मैं अनुरोध करूंगी भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति और साथ ही मंच पर विराजमान हमारे सभी माननीय अतिथियों से कि कृपया जल भरो समारोह में हमें शामिल करें, हमारे साथ शामिल हों, हमारा साथ निभाएं। देवियों सज्जनों, आप सभी लोगों से अनुरोध है, जल भरो समारोह यहाँ स्टेज के सामने होगा और जैसे ही इसकी शुरुआत होती है, soon it begins, we'll request you all to please put your hands together and join in the same. Thank you everyone. Well, लिबिया में संडे को हुए इंसिडेंट के बारे में हम सभी लोग वाकिफ हैं. We would like to observe a 1-minute silence for everyone who has lost their lives in Libya due to the damage which happened because of the dam. We'll request everyone to kindly stand up at their respective places. Thank you. Thank you. The Ministry of Jal Shakti has, through its various initiatives, been a part of an outreach program in which we have collaborated with the Ministry of Railways for vinyl wrapping of 2 trains, namely Himsagar Express and Kamakya Express. We would like to have an AV showcased right here about this vinyl wrapping. Can we have the AVs, please?
जल के बिना जीवन संभव नहीं है. जल है तो कल है. इस सच्चाई से अवगत और पीने योग्य पानी की कमी से चिंतित मानवता के प्रहरी हमारे दूरदर्शी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कभी लाल किले की प्राचीर से तो कभी मन की बात में जल संरक्षण, जल आपूर्ति और जल सफाई की बात कर लोगों को प्रेरित और प्रोत्साहित करते रहे. जल हमारे लिए जीवन, आस्था और विकास की धारा है. पानी एक तरह से पारस से भी ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है. पानी के संरक्षण के लिए हमें अभी से ही प्रयास शुरू कर देने चाहिए. प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस विजन ने सबका नजरिया बदल दिया. फिर क्या था, एक के बाद एक अभिनव प्रयोग शुरू हुए. नमामि गंगे योजना की शुरुआत हुई और मां गंगा को स्वच्छ करने का काम शुरू हुआ. धरती के अंदर का जल स्तर बढ़ाने और जल संकट मिटाने के उद्देश्य से अटल भूजल योजना ने काम किया. हर घर जल योजना से 13 करोड़ से अधिक घरों में पहुंचा नल से जल। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन से 4 लाख गांव हुए ओडीएफ प्लस। और जल शक्ति अभियान कैच द रेन से वर्षा का शुद्ध जल बचाने के लिए हुआ 1 करोड़ से अधिक जल संरचनाओं का निर्माण। और जब प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जल आंदोलन को जन आंदोलन बनाने की प्रतिबद्धता दोहराई, तो जीवन रेखा रेल की याद आई। क्योंकि भारतीय रेलवे न सिर्फ यात्रियों और सामानों का परिवहन करता है, बल्कि पूरे देश को भी एक सूत्र में जोड़ता है। और फिर ये जल आंदोलन नहीं, जन आंदोलन है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस संदेश को जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए कामाख्या एक्सप्रेस असम से पश्चिमी बंगाल, बिहार, उत्तर प्रदेश, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान होते हुए गुजरात को जाने को तैयार हुई, तो हिमसागर एक्सप्रेस कन्याकुमारी से जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए निकल पड़ी। इसकी आगे की सफलता की कामना के साथ आज महामहिम उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी के कर कमलों से इन जीवन रेखाओं को हरी झंडी दिखाई जा रही है।
थैंक यू। जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं, असम कामाख्या से शुरू हुई कामाख्या एक्सप्रेस गांधीधाम गुजरात की ओर रवाना होने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। देश भर में जल संरक्षण का संदेश फैलाने के लिए जल शक्ति मंत्रालय की ओर से मैं इन ट्रेनों को आधिकारिक तौर पर हरी झंडी दिखाने के लिए हमारे सम्मानित उप राष्ट्रपति जी से along with everyone present on the dais रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी। लाइव स्ट्रीम पर आप इस ट्रेन को इस वक्त देख सकते हैं। कामाख्या एक्सप्रेस जो इस समय वाराणसी में खड़ी है, सिर्फ हरी झंडी का इंतजार है। आइए इस महत्वपूर्ण क्षण पर, इस अवसर पर जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। These trains, while traversing throughout the length and breadth of the country, will show the flagship schemes of the ministry. हिमसागर एक्सप्रेस जो है वो ट्रैवल करती है कन्याकुमारी से श्री माता वैष्णो देवी कटरा तक। 3,790 किलोमीटर का सफर तय करती है 12 स्टेट्स के थ्रू। और कामाख्या एक्सप्रेस जो अभी अभी रवाना हुई है वाराणसी से, वो कामाख्या से गांधीधाम जाती है, कवरिंग अ डिस्टेंस ऑफ 3,150 किलोमीटर्स, कवरिंग 7 स्टेट्स। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी का मंच पर। The National Register of Large Dams, NRLD, is a compilation of more than 6,000 major dams of India. Once again, I'll be requesting the Honorable Vice President of India, along with the Honorable Ministers on the dais, to kindly unveil now the NRLD. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी सभी से, आप ही के सामने ये रजिस्टर जो है मौजूद है, अगर आप इसे प्लीज अनवील कर दें और हमारे सामने, इट इज अ परफेक्ट पिक्चर अपॉर्चुनिटी, अपने कर कमलों द्वारा NRLD का अनावरण करें। Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for this moment where NRLD, the National Register of Large Dams, is being unveiled. अगर आप लोगों की तालियां बजती रहें तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। इस रजिस्टर को रिसेंटली अपडेट किया गया है और जब आप इसके गो थ्रू करेंगे इस रजिस्टर के थ्रू तो आप देखेंगे कि भारतवर्ष में कितने सारे लार्ज डैम्स हैं और इनमें से कितनों को ज़रूरत है एक बार फिर से रिजुविनेशन की और उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए हम ऑफ कोर्स काम कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू। इसी के साथ अब मैं अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी श्री पंकज कुमार जी से, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेज, रिवर डेवलपमेंट एंड गंगा रिजुविनेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, फॉर द वेलकम एंड की नोट एड्रेस। जोरदार तालियों के साथ श्री पंकज कुमार जी।
Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Tripura, Shri Manik Saha ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shiv Kumar ji, Honorable Minister of Water Resources, Rajasthan, Shri Mahendrajit Singh Malviya ji, Honorable Ministers of Water Resources from the states of Goa, Manipur, Odisha, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, and Sikkim, Chief Secretary of Government of Rajasthan, Srimati Usha Sharma ji, ambassadors, officials from foreign countries and the World Bank, senior officers from Government of India and state governments, international experts and national experts, academicians and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, a hearty welcome to the International Conference on Dam Safety. I must express my gratitude to Honorable Vice President of India for sparing his valuable time and gracing the occasion with his august presence. I must also express gratitude to Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti for having guided us with his foresight, as always. And our gratitude to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais who are present today, lending weight. I would also like to mention that the department's team, led by the Special Secretary and all our officers in collaboration with Government of Rajasthan and other stakeholding organizations, have toiled behind the scenes to make this event happen. A very big hand to our dignitaries, the team, and to all of us. Dams play a vital role in meeting ever-increasing demands of drinking water, irrigation, hydropower, and industrial processes for socio-economic growth. They also effectively mitigate natural calamities like floods and droughts faced by large swaths of humanity. Dams have contributed to the development of civilization for thousands of years. Mesopotamia and the Middle East built dams for water control in ancient times. The earliest known dam, the Java Dam in Jordan, was built about 5,000 years ago. India's first dam, the Kalanai or the Grand Anicut, was built on the Kaveri River around 2,000 years ago. It is still functional and irrigates about 1 million acres. Similarly, the earthen dam of Thanur Tank in Karnataka is over 1,000 years old, and it's also in use. At the time of independence in 1947, there were more than 300 large dams in India. Post-independence, India invested heavily in dams and related infrastructure for irrigation to ramp up our food production and also to generate hydropower. Today, there are more than 6,000 large dams in the country. The world has about 62,000 large structures as per records maintained by the International Commission on Large Dams. And India ranks globally third after China and United States of America in terms of numbers of large dams. These dams and associated infrastructure required enormous investments and displacement of people affected by dam submergence. Today, these dams irrigate a sizable portion of India's cultivable land and also meet the increasing demand of water for country's agriculture, municipal, industrial, renewable energy, and tourism needs. Many of the Indian dams are considerably old. About 80% of India's dams are now more than 25 years old, and about 227 dams are more than 100 years old on account of aging and various maintenance issues. Several of these dams face varying degrees of inadequacy in meeting the current standards of dam health and safety. As per the records maintained by the Central Water Commission, India has so far encountered 42 large dam failures. The failure of Machu Dam 2 in Gujarat in 1979 has been India's worst dam-related disaster. Around 2,000 lives were lost in this incident. We are all still trying to come to grips with the catastrophic flooding and failure of 2 dams following heavy rains in Derna, Libyan port city, earlier this week, resulting in loss of lives in several thousands. A horrific tragedy indeed. Looking at the global water scenario, the United Nations World Water Development Report 2023, titled Partnerships and Cooperation for Water, brings out that water use has been increasing globally by roughly 1% per year over the last 40 years and is expected to grow at a similar rate through to 2050, driven by a combination of population growth, socio-economic development, and changing consumption patterns. The bulk of this increase is concentrated in middle and lower income countries, particularly in the emerging economies. As a result of climate change, seasonal water scarcity will increase in regions where it is currently abundant, such as Central Africa, East Asia, and parts of South America, and worsen in regions where water is already short in supply, such as the Middle East and the Sahel in Africa. On average, 10% of the global population lives in countries with high or critical water stress. Given this scenario brought out in the UN report, it is clear that the dams would continue to play a major role in ensuring water security. Several trends today are creating strong incentives for investment in health and safety of dams. First, the scope for building new reservoir capacity is quite limited today. Much of the surplus water available in river basins has already been tapped. Second, the cost of new large infrastructure projects has increased substantially. Third, aging of a large proportion of dams requires increasing attention on their maintenance and safety. And finally, the impact of intensification of global water cycle due to climate change requires that measures are taken to make the large water infrastructure more resilient to changes in the pattern of precipitation. For all these reasons, dam safety has become a pressing concern. The enactment of Dam Safety Act in 2021 has ushered in a new era in dam safety in the country. The act is aimed at ensuring surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of the specified dams for the prevention of dam failure-related disasters. It provides for an institutional mechanism at both central and state levels to address structural and non-structural measures required for the safe functioning of dams. As per the provisions of the Act, Government of India has constituted the National Committee on Dam Safety and the National Dam Safety Authority. The committee, with representation from center, states, independent experts, is headed by the chairman, Central Water Commission. It is entrusted with the responsibility of evolving a nationwide dam safety policies, standards, and regulations. The authority, which acts as a regulatory body, has been assigned roles related to implementation of pertinent policies, guidelines, and standards. All the 31 dam-owning state governments have constituted a State Committee on Dam Safety and established the State Dam Safety Organization. And after the implementation of the Act, the number of inspections of large dams has gone up tenfold. For improving the safety and operational performance of selected dams, a dam safety assurance and rehabilitation project assisted by the World Bank was implemented in 4 states of the Indian Union in 1990s. This was followed by the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project with funding assistance from the World Bank in 2012. Under this program, 223 existing dams located in 7 states were comprehensively audited and rehabilitated at a cost of about 2,600 crores or $325 million. After completion of the program in 2021, the Government of India has now taken up DRIP 2 and 3. The scheme envisages rehabilitation and safety improvement of 736 dams located in 19 states with a budget outlay of about 10,200 crores or $1.25 billion over a period of 10 years. DRIP 2 has become operational. It is being co-financed by the World Bank and the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. In addition, and this is very important, we have asked the state governments and dam-owning agencies to create separate budget lines with adequate provision for safe upkeep of their dams. Apart from the regulatory framework and funding for dam rehabilitation, capacity building is the third most critical pillar. Government of India has established an International Center of Excellence for Dams at the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. The center will provide specialized technical support in investigation, modeling, research and innovation, and technical support services to the Indian and overseas dam owners. This morning, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti has inaugurated the National Center for Earthquake Safety of Dams at the Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur. To create a large pool of experts in various domains of dam safety, master's programs on dam safety and dam engineering have been started at 2 premier institutes, the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bengaluru. I am happy to mention that international students are also participating in this program. The International Conference on Dam Safety 2023 provides a platform for deliberations on vital aspects of dam safety, such as risk assessment, dam health assessment, operation and maintenance, emergency management, sediment management, and dam rehabilitation techniques. The response in terms of participation of delegates and submission of papers has been overwhelming. As an integral part of this conference, an exhibition is also being organized at the venue, where several national and international organizations will showcase their technologies, products, instrumentation, and services relevant to various aspects of dam safety. The Department of Water Resources, River Development, and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, is committed to working in hand with our international partners, state governments, and organizations to build a safer and sustainable future for our dams. We believe that through knowledge sharing, collaboration, and a collective commitment to the welfare of our communities, we can achieve this goal. The monumental tragedy in Derna cannot be allowed to happen again. The international community must work together to effectively address issues of dam safety. It is hoped that this conference will bring us together in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that overview. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time, before we proceed further, for a short film on Dam Safety Act, Securing the Future. Can we have the film, please?
For decades, dams have played a pivotal role in India as source of water supply, irrigation for crops, electricity generators, and flood mitigators. India has the third highest number of large dams in the world, with 6,138 large dams in operation and another 143 under construction. Ensuring the safety of dams is vital for India's water security. With aging dams and a changing climate, dam failure is an ever-present risk, with severe and long-lasting consequences on lives, livelihoods, and environment. Over the last 100 years, there have been 42 large dam failures. The most severe of these was the collapse of Gujarat's Machu Dam in 1979, killing thousands of people.
In terms of dam safety, a new era has been ushered in with the enactment of the Dam Safety Act 2021. This act envisages setting up of a National Dam Safety Authority, the state dam safety organizations, the state committees on dam safety, and it's a matter of great satisfaction that all these structures have come into being in the last 2 years. Under the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Program called DRIP, which we are funding with the help of the World Bank and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, several dams have been taken up in the states for making them more robust and removing their current deficiencies.
Over the years, several states and dam-owning agencies, central agencies implemented dam safety measures and established dam safety organizations. However, in the absence of federal law, dam safety rules and practices tend to vary from state to state and even dam owner to dam owner. What was needed was a unified dam safety legislation and strategy for better synergy, coordination, and management of dams. It is this need that was answered by the National Dam Safety Act that was enacted on 13th December 2021. The Act manages the delicate balance of providing a comprehensive framework for dam safety without diminishing the rights and responsibilities of dam owners. The Act establishes and empowers the institutional setup for dam safety at the central and state levels and delineates clear distinctions between the responsibilities of owners, operators, and regulators. The National Committee for Dam Safety, comprised of central and state representatives along with independent experts, and is chaired by the chairperson of the Central Water Commission. It is entrusted with the responsibility of evolving nationwide dam safety policies, standards, and regulations. The National Dam Safety Authority acts as a regulatory authority and has been assigned roles relating to the implementation of pertinent policies, guidelines, and standards. The State Committee on Dam Safety, with representations of concerned as well as affected neighboring states, along with central and independent experts, will take up issues related to dam safety oversight, coordination, prioritization, etc. within the state. The State Dam Safety Organization has been assigned the crucial role of watchguarding the activities of dam owners via perpetual surveillance and safety inspections. In line with global best practices in dam safety, the Act calls for regular inspection of dams, preparation and deployment of emergency action plans, rigorous dam safety reviews, adequate repair and maintenance funds for dam safety, and instrumentation and safety guidelines. Following the enactment of the Dam Safety Act 2021, all states have constituted the State Committee on Dam Safety and State Dam Safety Organization. Pre- and post-monsoon inspections have increased from 1,200 to more than 12,000 annually. Dam inspection format has been standardized. Dam health status is now classified as Category 1, 2, and 3, prioritizing dams for rehabilitation measures. International centers of excellence on dam safety are being established at IIT Roorkee and at IISc Bengaluru. The National Center for Earthquake Safety of Dams has been set up at MNIT Jaipur. There's renewed emphasis on the capacity building of dam safety officials. One of the world's first master's programs on dam safety was launched in IIT Roorkee and IISc Bengaluru. States are now embarking a dedicated O&M budget specifically for dam maintenance. With the effective implementation of the Dam Safety Act, the dams that have fed, powered, and protected us Indians for decades will continue to do for the generations to come.
Thank you. It's now my honor to invite and request Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, for his valuable address. Ladies and gentlemen, amongst a round of applause from everyone, please.
बांधों के सुरक्षा को लेकर के विश्व में नई चेतना को जागृत करने के उद्देश्य से आयोजित की जा रही इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन डैम सेफ्टी में जिनकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति और जिनके प्रेरक मार्गदर्शन से निश्चित रूप से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की सफलता सुनिश्चित होने वाली है, ऐसे हम सब के लिए श्रद्धेय भारत के महामहिम उपराष्ट्रपति आदरणीय जगदीप धनखड़ साहब, मंच पर उपस्थित त्रिपुरा के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री मानिक साहा साहब, कर्नाटक के माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री मेरे मित्र श्री डी.के. शिव कुमार जी, मंच पर उपस्थित राजस्थान के जल संसाधन मंत्री श्री महेंद्रजीत मालवीय जी, चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ राजस्थान आदरणीय उषा जी, और भारत सरकार के जल संसाधन सचिव आदरणीय श्री पंकज कुमार जी। मेरे लिए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में राज्य सरकारों के मंत्री के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश, उड़ीसा, गोवा, मणिपुर और सिक्किम के माननीय मंत्रियों के साथ में अनेक देशों के महामहिम राजदूत भी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित आए हैं। देश भर से बांधों की सुरक्षा और बांधों के निर्माण के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले सारे सरकार के अधिकारियों के साथ साथ में आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम सब लोगों के साथ अनेक सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स पूरी दुनिया से उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं विभाग का दायित्व होने के नाते आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं, आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं, आप सबका मेरे अपने शहर, अपने प्रदेश राजस्थान में हृदयपूर्वक स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, हम सब जानते हैं कि बांधों ने न केवल मानव की सभ्यता के विकास और उसके साथ साथ में उसके जीवन से जुड़ी हुई विभिन्न आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए हजारों सालों से, सदियों से अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान किया है। न केवल पीने का पानी, सिंचाई की आवश्यकताओं की आपूर्ति, हाइड्रो पावर और हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की आपूर्ति, और उसके साथ साथ में बाढ़ से सुरक्षा के लिए भी बांधों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान पिछले सदियों से हम सब ने देखा है। जैसा अभी पंकज जी उल्लेख करते हुए बता रहे थे कि भारत में भी बांधों के निर्माण और इन सभी प्रयोजनों के निमित्त बांधों को निर्मित करके उपयोग में लेने की बहुत पुरानी परंपरा है। जैसा उन्होंने उल्लेख किया कि 2000 साल पहले कावेरी नदी पर चोल साम्राज्य के किंग कारिकलन ने ग्रैंड अनायकट बांध का निर्माण किया था, जो इतने वर्ष बीत जाने के बाद में भी, 2000 वर्ष बीत जाने के बाद में भी आज भी लगभग 10 लाख एकड़ जमीन की सिंचाई जिसके माध्यम से सुनिश्चित होती है। अन्य बांध जो पूरे विश्व भर में 5000 साल से भी अधिक वर्षों से जो सेवारत हैं, the dams which are serving for more than 5000 years in the world, जब इस विषय पर चर्चा होती है और इन विषयों का उल्लेख होता है तो निश्चित रूप से एक प्रश्न हम सब के मन में आना चाहिए कि जब 2000-5000 साल से बांध दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में काम कर रहे हैं, सेवारत हैं, तब बांधों की वय, बांधों की उम्र जिसकी अभी चर्चा की गई कि भारत में जो 6000 बांध होने के नाते हम दुनिया के तीसरे सबसे बड़े बांधों के को ओन करने वाले देश हैं, और हमारे 280 के लगभग बांध ऐसे हैं जो 100 साल से पुराने हो गए। हमारे 80% बांध ऐसे हैं जो 25 साल या उससे ज्यादा की उम्र के हो गए। लेकिन जब 2000 साल की उम्र का बांध ग्रैंड अनायकट भारत में सेवारत है और अहर्निश सेवा कर रहे हैं, और जब दुनिया में 5000 साल पुराने बांध भी काम कर रहे हैं, तब केवल 100 साल की उम्र हो जाने के बाद में बांध की उम्र या बढ़ती भी वय और उसकी सुरक्षा, इन दोनों के बीच के संबंध को लेकर के क्यों कर चिंता करने की आवश्यकता है। निश्चित ही ये प्रश्न हम सबके मस्तिष्क में उठना चाहिए। लेकिन अगर हम इसके पीछे का इतिहास उठा करके देखें कि कितने सारे बांध विश्व भर में पिछले इन सदियों में, या जब से लिखित इतिहास लिखा जाता है तब से ऐसे बांध जिनके टूटने की घटनाएं और उसके कारण से जो डिवेस्टेशन हुआ है, उसके कारण से जो आपदा जनित परिस्थितियां खड़ी हुई, उसके कारण से मानव जाति को, मानव जीवन को, और उसके साथ साथ में बांध के नीचे डाउनस्ट्रीम में द एंटायर इकोसिस्टम हैव बीन कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड और चेंज्ड, उसको लेकर के कितनी बड़ी चुनौती खड़ी होती है। तब हम सबके संज्ञान में आता है कि बांधों की सुरक्षा बदलते हुए परिदृश्य में, और विशेष रूप से जब क्लाइमेट चेंज के इम्पैक्ट हम सबको दिखाई दे रहे हैं, तब हम सबके सामने कितना बड़ा विषय है जिस पर अब गंभीरता के साथ में काम करने की आवश्यकता है। पिछले वर्षों में भारत में 42 ऐसे बांध टूटने की घटनाएं रजिस्टर हुई। 1917 में के बाद से जो रिकॉर्ड सीडब्ल्यूसी मेंटेन कर रहा है, इन सारी घटनाओं को की तरफ यदि जितना इतिहास अभी हम सबके पास में उपलब्ध है, आदरणीय पंकज जी ने अभी मच्छू बांध टूटने की चर्चा की, 2000 लोगों का जीवन उसके कारण से समाप्त हुआ था। आज की वर्तमान परिदृश्य में, वैश्विक परिदृश्य में जब इस तरह की कोई घटना होती है तो पूरे विश्व भर के लिए न केवल एक चिंता का विषय बनती है, अपितु साथ साथ में जिस देश में इस तरह की ब्रीच ऑफ डैम और एनी रिजर्वायर इस तरह की घटना होती है, देन इट बिकम्स ए इश्यू ऑफ नेशनल शेम, एक राष्ट्रीय शर्म का विषय बनता है। और हमारे सारे अभियंता जो निर्माण से लेकर के रखरखाव तक, या सरकारी तंत्र में जितने भी लोग जिनके ऊपर इस तरह की जिम्मेदारी है, उन सब के ऊपर कहीं ना कहीं प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा होता है। जो मच्छू बांध का टूटने की घटना हुई थी और उसके बाद में मोरबी शहर ने जिस तरह का अभिशाप झेला, पूरा के पूरा मोरबी शहर विस्थापित होकर के नया शहर बसाना पड़ा, ये निश्चित रूप से एक बड़ी शर्म का विषय देश के लिए बना था। अभी हम सब ने अपनी तरफ से संवेदनाएं व्यक्त की। जो पिछले सप्ताह रविवार के दिन लीबिया में जिस तरह की घटना हुई और डरना टाउन में 5000 लोग बांध टूटने के कारण से काल कवलित हुए, दिवंगत हुए, और साथ ही साथ अनेकों हजार करोड़ों रुपए की संपदा नष्ट होने के साथ साथ में वहां की पूरी अर्थव्यवस्था पर कई वर्षों के लिए विराम लगा है। ऐसे में निश्चित ही आज हम सब लोगों के लिए ये और भी ज्यादा चिंता का विषय और भी ज्यादा प्रासंगिक हो जाता है। और मुझे कोई ईश्वर का विधान है कि आज जब हम डैम सेफ्टी की इस पहली इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में सब खड़े होकर के हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं, व्हेन वी हैव कम टुगेदर फ्रॉम ऑल अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड एंड द कंट्री, उससे 7 दिन पहले, उससे 4 दिन पहले भी इस तरह की घटना बांध टूटने की हुई है। और मुझे ठीक से याद है कि जिस दिन बांध सेफ्टी को लेकर के, बांधों की सुरक्षा को लेकर के भारत में माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की पहल पर, उनके मार्गदर्शन में हम संसद में कानून बनाने के लिए बिल लेकर के आए थे, और डैम सेफ्टी एक्ट पर जिस दिन हम चर्चा कर रहे थे, उस दिन, उससे भी 4 दिन पहले यूरोप में एक लेक होम्स बांध टूटने की घटना हुई थी। शायद ये संयोग भी है, लेकिन इस तरह के संयोग हमें आने वाले समय में हम और गंभीरता के साथ में काम किस तरह से करें, इस दृष्टिकोण से हमें निश्चित ही नई दिशा सोचने के लिए प्रदान करते हैं। मित्रों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में 2021 में हम डैम सेफ्टी का एक एक्ट लेकर के आए और संसद के दोनों सदनों में सर्वसम्मति से सभी लोगों ने मिलजुल कर और बहुत सकारात्मक चर्चा के साथ में उस बिल को पास किया। और निश्चित ही यह भारत में एक नए युग का सूत्रपात था। मुझे स्मरण आता है कि जब मुझे इस मंत्रालय का दायित्व मिला था, उस समय में कुछ बांधों पर मुझे जाने का अवसर मिला, और मैंने व्यक्तिगत रूप से, दो आई एम नॉट अ टेक्निकल पर्सन और एन इंजीनियर, बट स्टिल आई हैव फेल्ट दैट देयर आर सीरियस शॉर्टकमिंग्स इन द मेंटेनेंस ऑफ द डैम्स व्हिच आई हैव विजिटेड। और उसके बाद में हम सब ने इस विषय को तय किया कि भारत में बांध सुरक्षा को लेकर के जो एक कॉमन प्रोटोकॉल होना चाहिए, एक स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर होना चाहिए, उसको लेकर के जिस तरह की चेतना का आवश्यकता है, उसका नितांत अभाव है। और इस दृष्टिकोण से हम सबको सोचते हुए इसकी एक ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड व्यवस्था को खड़ी करने की आवश्यकता है। और ये केवल विषय तात्कालिक उस समय की विजिट से आया हो, ऐसा नहीं। जब हमने मंत्रालय में बैठकर इन सब विषयों पर विचार करना शुरू किया तो संज्ञान में आया कि मोरबी के हादसे के बाद में एक कमेटी बनी थी, जिस कमेटी ने अपनी रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत करते हुए कहा था कि इस तरह का एक स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर और इस तरह का एक ऑर्गेनाइज स्ट्रक्चर और सिस्टम जो है देश में डैम सेफ्टी को लेकर के बनना चाहिए। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से 80 के दशक में जिस विषय पर विचार प्रारंभ हुआ था, जो कमिटीज बनी थी उन्होंने अपनी रिपोर्ट दी, डिफरेंट पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमिटीज ने उस पर विचार विमर्श करते हुए अपनी रिपोर्ट दी, लेकिन 40 साल से रुका हुआ वो विषय इस देश में माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के पहल पर संसद में 2021 में पारित हुआ। और आज उसके बाद में जिस तरह की व्यवस्थाएं बदली, अभी आदरणीय पंकज कुमार जी जब बात कर रहे थे, उन्होंने विस्तार से कि किस तरह से 4 स्तर की व्यवस्था इसको लेकर के हमने खड़ी की, नेशनल डैम सेफ्टी कमेटी एंड अथॉरिटी, और ठीक उसी के रेप्लिका में स्टेट्स में जिस तरह की व्यवस्था हमने की। लेकिन उसके साथ में देश में एक चैलेंज और भी था। अनेक ऐसी परिस्थितियां हैं जहां पर डैम ऑनिंग जो है स्टेट कोई और है और साथ में डैम का लोकेशन किसी और दूसरे प्रदेश में, और वहां भी इस तरह की चुनौतियां, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ संविधान प्रदत्त व्यवस्था के अनुरूप जल और बांध दोनों ही राज्यों का विषय है, और देश के 92% से ज्यादा बांध जो है वो राज्यों के स्वामित्व में है। ऐसी परिस्थिति में जहां ऐसी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सिचुएशन थी कि प्रदेशों के बंटवारे के चलते हुए या राज्यों के बंटवारे के चलते हुए स्वामित्व किसी और का है और बांध का लोकेशन किसी और प्रदेश में, और वहां सरकारों के बीच में पॉलिटिकल मतभेद होने के चलते हुए या लीगेसी इश्यूज के चलते हुए वहां उन बांधों के रखरखाव को लेकर के वाद अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक जाते थे, और उसके बाद में भी उन बांधों के रखरखाव पर जिस तरह के काम करने की आवश्यकता थी वो काम हम नहीं कर पा रहे थे। इस डैम सेफ्टी एक्ट के माध्यम से उसका भी एक स्थायी समाधान करने की दिशा में हमने सफलता प्राप्त की है। जैसा अभी पंकज जी ने कहा कि इस डैम सेफ्टी एक्ट के प्रभाव में आने के बाद अब बांधों की स्पेसिफिक रिपेयर्स के लिए, उनके मेंटेनेंस के लिए, मॉनिटरिंग के लिए, सर्विलांस के लिए और उन सब विषयों पर ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके से ध्यान दिया जाए और साथ ही साथ में उस पर निवेश की व्यवस्था भी हो। इस दृष्टिकोण से एक नई चेतना का उदय इस डैम सेफ्टी एक्ट के इम्प्लीमेंट होने के बाद में हुआ है। मैं सभी राज्यों के प्रतिनिधि लगभग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, मैं सबका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ कि इस छोटे से कालखंड में सभी राज्यों ने बहुत सकारात्मक सहयोग करते हुए, बहुत सकारात्मक रवैया अपनाते हुए, जो अपने यहाँ पर स्टेट पर जिस तरह के प्रोटोकॉल्स और जिस तरह के स्ट्रक्चर्स की बनाने की आवश्यकता थी, स्टेट डैम सेफ्टी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस खड़े करने की आवश्यकता थी, अथॉरिटीज बनाने की आवश्यकता थी, उन दोनों विषयों पर सकारात्मक काम किया और आज देश के हर एक प्रदेश में इस तरह की व्यवस्था खड़ी हुई, और उसी का परिणाम है जिसका उल्लेख अभी सचिव महोदय कर रहे थे कि जहां देश में इससे पहले बांधों की प्री मानसून एंड पोस्ट मानसून स्टडीज जो होने चाहिए, जो इंस्पेक्शंस जो होने चाहिए, उसको लेकर के जिस तरह की उदासीनता थी, लोग उसको लेकर के सिर्फ चलता है ऐसा एप्टीट्यूड जो चल रहा था, उसके चलते हुए कुछ 100 इंस्पेक्शंस कुल मिलाकर के साल में ऐसे रिपोर्ट होते थे। आज पिछले एक साल में 12,000 से ज्यादा इंस्पेक्शंस देश में हुए। ये निश्चित रूप से एक नए युग का सूत्रपात इस दृष्टिकोण से मैं देख सकता हूँ। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमने डैम सेफ्टी इस एक्ट को कॉम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए डैम रिहेबिलिटेशन एंड इम्प्रूवमेंट प्रोग्राम भी साथ में कंसीव किया। वर्ल्ड बैंक और विदेश की वित्त पोषण के साथ में जो 10,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का ये कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ हुआ है, ये देश के 750 से ज्यादा बांधों की रिहेबिलिटेशन, रिजुविनेशन, उनके स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, उनके ऑपरेशन का रूल कर्व, उनके ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स और उसके बाद में बांध में पानी छोड़े जाने के की अवस्था में कितना इनंडेशन होगा, किस स्तर तक इनंडेशन होगा, इन सब की व्यवस्था करने की दिशा में स्टडी करने के साथ साथ में बांधों के रिजुविनेशन पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। मित्रों, मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता होती है जब मैं आप सबके सामने साथ में ये साझा करता हूं कि पिछले वर्ष इसी वर्ष में कुछ महीने पहले मुझे I had been to United States and we have visited along with my officers the Tennessee Valley Authority, जिसके लिए माना जाता है कि वो जो पिछले अनेक दशकों से they are working in the field of dam safety और उन्होंने इस तरह का प्रोटोकॉल अपने यहाँ पर डेवलप किया है। When we visited there, they gave us with a huge pride, they gave us a presentation what they have how they have done the work, कैसे वो अपने यहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं और कितना काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं आज जिम्मेदारी से इस मंच पर खड़ा होकर के कह सकता हूँ कि जब उस 1.5 घंटे के प्रेजेंटेशन और उनके साइट विजिट्स के बाद में जो तुलनात्मक दृष्टिकोण से हमने अपने यहाँ काम किया, बेशक हमारे यहाँ लिगेसी इश्यूज रहे होंगे, बेशक हमने दशकों तक इस दिशा में शायद काम नहीं किया होगा, और हमारे यहाँ इस विषय को लेकर के एक बड़ी भारी उदासीनता राज्यों में और केंद्र सरकार के स्तर पर रही होगी। लेकिन जब मैंने उनके इस विषय को समझा और उसके बाद में भारत में हमने पिछले 10 साल में इस दृष्टिकोण से जिस तरह काम किया है, चाहे वो डैम सेफ्टी, चाहे ड्रिप 1 का प्रोग्राम हो, ड्रिप 2 का प्रोग्राम हो, डैम सेफ्टी एक्ट का इनैक्टमेंट और उसका बाद में नीचे धरातल पर उसको उतारने का विषय हो, जब मैंने उस विषयों को देखा और समझा तो मैं अत्यंत गर्व के साथ में अभिभूत होकर के उस प्रेजेंटेशन से उठा था कि चाहे स्पीड की दृष्टिकोण से देखो, स्केल के दृष्टिकोण से देखो, और क्वांटम ऑफ वर्क जो हमको करना है उसके दृष्टिकोण से हम किस गति के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं, उस रेलेवेंस के दृष्टिकोण से भी देखो। इतने दशकों से काम करने वाली टेनेसी वैली अथॉरिटी से हम कहीं पीछे हों, ये मुझे प्रतीत नहीं हुआ। आज आप सबके सहयोग से हमने जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में और राज्यों के एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन के साथ में हमने जिस तरह से काम किया है, आने वाले समय में निश्चित ही ये भारत जो है डैम सेफ्टी के फील्ड में एक बहुत प्रभावी भूमिका का निर्वहन करेगा। जैसा अभी आदरणीय सचिव महोदय ने बताया, हमने कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए एकेडमिया को साथ लेकर के इस दिशा में हम किस तरह से काम कर सकते हैं, इस दृष्टिकोण से भी काम करना प्रारंभ किया। IISc बेंगलुरु में, IIT रुड़की में, MNIT जयपुर में, इन तीनों ही संस्थानों में जिस तरह से हमने अंडर ग्रेजुएट कोर्सेज, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट कोर्सेज और साथ में स्पेशलाइजेशन कोर्सेज एंड ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम्स व्हाट वी हैव कार्व्ड आउट, जिससे इस क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले राज्यों के प्रतिनिधि और इंजीनियर्स भी वहां आकर के उनको भी भेजा जाकर के उनका कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग किया जा सके। जब हम डैम रिहेबिलिटेशन एंड इम्प्रूवमेंट प्रोग्राम पे काम कर रहे थे और जब हमने उसके लिए ऐसे सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स जिनमें से अनेक लोग यहाँ आज उपस्थित होंगे, जब उनकी आवश्यकता थी उनको बुलाया गया, उनको ढूंढा गया और उसको लेकर के जब टेंडर्स इन्वाइट किए गए, मुझे बहुत आश्चर्य हुआ कि पूरी दुनिया में देयर आर अ फ्यू पीपल हु हैज दैट टाइप ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड नॉलेज एंड एक्सपर्टीज। बहुत कम लोग दुनिया में ऐसे। और जब आता था कि दुनिया की जो है टॉप 10 कंट्रीज जिन्होंने बिड किया उसके लिए, उसमें से जो सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स थे वो 5 सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं वही 10 कंपनीज ने ऑफर किए थे और वही सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं वो सभी पूरी दुनिया की कंपनीज उन्हीं के पीछे भाग रही थी। और तब मुझे लगता है कि ये आवश्यकता हमने महसूस की कि भारत जो तीसरा बड़ा बांधों वाला देश है और जिस तरह से इस दिशा में आगे प्रगति कर रहा है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से स्पेस साइंसेस से लेकर के और अन्य जीवन की अन्य विधाओं में भारत आज विश्व के नेतृत्वकर्ता के रूप में उभर रहा है। डैम सेफ्टी को लेकर के भी भारत आने वाले समय में विश्व का नेतृत्व करे और ये जो वैक्यूम अभी दुनिया में है इस सब्जेक्ट को लेकर के, आने वाले समय में आप ही सब लोगों में से कुछ लोग मिलकर के इस वैक्यूम को पूरा करेंगे। आने वाले 2 दिन तक हम इससे जुड़े हुए डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स पर बात करेंगे। बहुत सारे सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स अपने अनुभव के आधार पर, अपने ज्ञान के आधार पर हम सबका मार्गदर्शन भी करेंगे और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये 2 दिन की कार्यशाला जिसमें आप पूरे देश के लगभग 28 प्रदेशों के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं और दुनिया भर से जो सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स इस विषय में आए हैं, हम सब लोग मिलकर के जो विचार मंथन करेंगे और उससे जो नवनीत निकलेगा वो बांधों की सुरक्षा के दृष्टिकोण से निश्चित रूप में एक नए युग का सूत्रपात आने वाले समय में करेगा। मैं आप सबका पुनः स्वागत करते हुए महामहिम उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय का हृदयपूर्वक अभिनंदन और आभार ज्ञापित करता हूं और साथ ही साथ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मानिक साहा जी का, उप मुख्यमंत्री DK शिव कुमार साहब का, सभी माननीय मंत्रीगण जो आज यहाँ उपस्थित आए हैं उन सब का भी हृदयपूर्वक अभिनंदन करता हूँ। द सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स हु हैज कम फ्रॉम ऑल अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, आई अगेन थैंक देम फ्रॉम द कोर ऑफ माय हार्ट, बॉटम ऑफ माय हार्ट। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका। अब बारी है कि मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी, इट्स माय डिस्टिंक्ट प्रिविलेज आई वुड से टू नाउ रिक्वेस्ट आवर चीफ गेस्ट फॉर द डे, ऑनरेबल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी, for his much awaited insights and words of wisdom on this momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Honorable Vice President of India.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and very special greetings to our foreign guests and delegates. My task has been made very easy. The Secretary of the Department has rendered a very comprehensive, exhaustive discourse, leaving nothing for me. And the Honorable Minister, with his passion, mission, and commitment and direction, filled up the gap. So bureaucratically and politically, there is no space left for me. Honorable Minister, Union Minister for Jal Shakti, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, आपका नाम ही सब कुछ बताता है. Gaj is one who optimally uses water, does not waste even a single drop. And Indra, Honorable Prime Minister, when he introduced me, and when I occupied the chair of Chairman Rajya Sabha, the upper house, by virtue of being the Vice President of the country, he introduced me as Krashak Putra. किसान को पता है इंद्र का क्या मतलब है. We have Honorable Chief Minister, Tripura. I have known him from before. A very nice man. Mr. Saha, our greetings to you in Rajasthan, my home state. Deputy Chief Minister Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar. There are very few state-level politicians with national recognition. He is one of the very few. He should be personally obligated to ISRO, because when Chandrayaan 3 landed on moon, they had DK in mind, and it was Shiv Shakti point. I'm sure as an individual, he should have no issue with it, and persuade others also not to have an issue with it. When history is scripted by visionary leadership of the Prime Minister and commendable work of our scientists, exemplifying excellence all through, we must be only in one mode of salutation and mode of greeting them. Srimati Usha Sharma, Chief Secretary, Government of Rajasthan. Friends, when I addressed on Civil Services Day, I said India is lucky. It has bureaucracy that is spinally very strong. They get into bureaucracy by taking the toughest examination on the planet. All that they need is, let us not tie baggage around their back when they are swimming. Now for last few years, they are having enough play in the joints, and the performance is for all to see. And the world is in absolute recognition of India's prowess. She represents the mighty Indian administrative service and bureaucracy. Honorable ministers from state, what I find in the audience, everyone is committed to the cause of the conference and is a critical, significant stakeholder in the assignment the conference has to address. I therefore, friends, take it as a great privilege to be in the esteemed gathering of experts, policymakers, stakeholders, academicians who have conversed to find a solution to enhance an issue which matters to humanity at large. The aspect which you will be deliberating has great contemporaneous relevance. Safe and secure dams ensure nations' prosperity. As a matter of fact, it is in the spirit of one earth, one family, one nation, one future. A nation has been conceived by us as a global entity. This, our civilizational essence, our age-old ethos, have now been conveyed to the world with greatest of acceptability in G20. International Conference on Dam Safety 2023, I can tell you, it has come not a day too soon. It's a turning around situation, a milestone achievement, breaking event for professionals across the nation and several countries joining hands. Friends, no one will disagree. Ad hoc solutions, individual-oriented solutions may be impactful, but the best solution is systemic. Systemic resolution, systemic conceptualization, systemic solutions are lasting. They are in public interest and they take us a long way. This conference will be addressing all these issues. The deliberations would certainly be productive and impactful. Exchange of ideas lead to innovation and out-of-box solutions. There is no substitute to a conference. Conference is a new method of learning. The best way to learn a subject is to teach. In the conference, you have people who will be teaching you, simultaneously being your students. So what you will take away from this conference will go a long way in furthering the cause you are addressing this day. Our capacity of Bharat to a big ticket accomplishments is now earning global kudos. Only last week, we had the World Bank president and his very significant observation. And what he said, India has achieved financial inclusion. And mind you, our diversity, our various regions, our population demographic component. And what does he say? India has achieved, I am quoting him, financial inclusion targets in just 6 years, which would otherwise have taken at least 47 long years. Can a country get such kind of a compliment and recognition from world's most significant expert body? This conference, therefore, is in a country and at a place where you can scale Himalayan heights. And I'm sure it will happen. G20 was an occasion that has proved to the world that India, Bharat, is in defining moment of its glory in the current century. We have to shape it, and when Bharat takes lead, it is for the entire world. I would not indicate what other leaders said. I have had the occasion to interact with many of them. They talked out of conviction. But facts are for all to notice. It was just a decade ago this country was taken. This country, 1/6 of humanity, was taken to be one of fragile 5. Brazil, Turkey, Indonesia, South Africa, and Bharat. The world at large was concerned. They were looking at these countries so that they could empower them. We have negotiated, friends, a decade with kind of success which was beyond our dreams and contemplation. In September 2022, Bharat became the 5th largest global economy. What a journey, traversing from fragile 5 to being world's 5th largest global economy. And in the process, we left behind whom? Those who ruled us for centuries. By turn of the decade, we'll be 3rd largest global economy. But what you are doing at the moment, and your efforts are bound to succeed, these efforts will culminate not only in global growth of the situation, but in attainment of Bharat at 2047, being a global leader in economy at the world firmament. And that for sure is bound to happen. It was very pleasing for me, soothing for me, because the Honorable Minister has a mission, passion, commitment, and is good at execution. I'm making reference to execution, Gajendra ji, in positive sense, because execution can have different variations. Just imagine vinyl wrapped Pani ki rail. I had the occasion to flag it. And look at the names they have given. Kamakya is one. This speaks volumes. Thinking out of the box with innovation. And it is not flagging a conception, it is flagging execution. This novel and need of the times initiative, led by the National Water Mission and Ministry of Jal Shakti in collaboration with Ministry of Railways, will showcase, motivate, inspire significant water conservation projects reflecting the vision of the Prime Minister regarding community-driven water conservation and management. Let me tell you, friends, something that I faced. I was in London to attend the coronation of Charles as representative of the government of India. Someone asked me, what were you talking with Charles when your wife was around and his spouse was also around? I said, while his consort was committed to certain public interest situation, my wife would force me. If I leave water on the dining table, she would force me to take water to my office, the same glass. Every drop matters. And therefore, what the Honorable Minister said, and not only said, he is in execution mode. Jal Sanrakshan has to be Jan Andolan. इसके अलावा कोई उपाय नहीं है. Dams, if we look at it from a different perspective, are concrete and steel structures, but they are much beyond. Dams are monuments to human ingenuity, perseverance, and the spirit of cooperation. Historical aspect is that these have been central to economic, social, environmental development of nations across the globe. Dams act as guardians, and the Honorable Minister and the Secretary have indicated at length. I would not delve much into it, but they ensure water security to communities. They provide a steady supply for irrigation. And as I told you, a Krishak Putra will be extremely delighted because they take care of the sector to which I belong. My roots are there. And what is fundamental, more significant, important, by regulating the flow of water, dams stand as formidable barriers against the ravages of floods, safeguarding lives and property. We had the occasion at the beginning of this conference a sad moment. We paid our tributes. We were in silence. And the recent flood ravages in Libya, created on account of certain situations, led to loss of lives of over 5,000 people. A grim reminder, a writing on the wall of urgent need to globally address the issue. This gathering, this enlightened group is fully equipped to find a solution. Friends, in a sense, dams are the silent sentinels that ensure our access to the lifeblood of our planet, securing our present and future prosperity. Our civilization of Bharat, is the oldest in the world. It has thrived over thousands of years on the banks of rivers, drawing life and sustenance from their waters. Our Bharat thus has a deep-rooted connection with water management and dam construction. A reference was made both by the Secretary and the Honorable Minister. Kallanai, the Grand Anikat, an ancient dam constructed by Chola dynasty, and that was thousands of years ago, 2,000 years, is still functional. It says two things. One, at that point of time in Bharat, we had the talent, expertise, mechanism to have a dam that could last for more than 2,000 years. And therefore, time for us to focus with respect to that background. Friends, go to any modern aspect of life. You will find a rich treasure in our ancient books. On every aspect. And ancient texts, including Vedas, Arthashastra, provide insights into this systemic and systematic management of water resources through the construction and maintenance of reservoirs and canals. Even look at Jaipur city, the Honorable Minister will tell you how things are done. He came to be uploaded by when there was a Bawdi, and that Bawdi was of 400 years old. He brought it to life. It became a great attraction. We have a number of them. I had personally spoken to him that he has to focus on dams, fine. But he has to focus at micro level on all water bodies. They are present in every village. We have a Supreme Court directive that a water body, if it is there once, it shall always be taken as water body, irrespective of whether there is water or not. That dilution is taking place. I think the essence of Supreme Court mandate needs to be put into execution. Kautilya in Arthashastra emphasized on the necessity to build dams and reservoirs to store the rainwater for the use at the time of scarcity of rains. I come from Jhunjhunu, a part of Rajasthan. I represented that constituency in Lok Sabha in 1989. We have some water. But the adjoining district, Churu, doesn't have that kind of water. I'll tell you an incident. A man from Churu came to the district to which I belong. He was surprised to see that water was going in narrow lanes. जो बनाते हैं खेतों के लिए धोरे. He thought, how can water be so aplenty? Because this is one natural resource where we have extremes, plenty and scarcity. So what he did was, he put his hands like this and picked up some water. In the process, he looked around whether someone is looking at him, And then there was a peacock on the tree. And the peacock said in his own voice, Pihu. That's how the peacock sounds. And the man from Churu said, Pihu nahi, dekhu hu, pani chhod diya. That is the power of water. Friends, we are 1/6 of humanity, 18% of global population, but with only 2% of land and 4% of water. Therefore, it is our obligation to optimally use water resources. I am pained sometimes and disturbed. कुछ लोग कहते हैं मेरी मर्जी, मेरा पैसा, चाहे जितना पानी काम मिल लूंगा, चाहे जितना पेट्रोल काम मिल लूंगा. They forget our civilizational essence, our constitutional prescriptions, our fundamental duties, our directive principles. All converge on one aspect. Natural resources आप मन मर्जी से खर्च नहीं कर सकते. आपकी आर्थिक ताकत उसके काम में नहीं जा सकती. You are obliged as a citizen, as a responsible citizen, to utilize natural resources only to the extent you need. You can't engage into wastefulness, and dam is one particular aspect of it. It's a classic reverberating instance of conservation of water and its most wholesome utilization. In years, particularly in Amrit Kal, there has been deserving focus on this sector. We had fewer than 300 dams in 1947, and in Amrit Kal we have surpassed it to 5,000. Honorable Minister says 6,000. Normally is not wrong, so I believe in that figure. This makes India the third largest country globally in terms of number of large dams. And look at our land percentage, 2. Our water resource percentage, 4. From every angle, it's a commendable performance. Guided by our civilizational mantra, जल ही जीवन है और जल नहीं तो कल नहीं. Honorable Minister said so. I'm borrowing it from him. This is just not a slogan, it's a hard reality. I have been as a professional involved, D.K. Shivakumarji, with the interstate water disputes. And the beauty of these water disputes is they are greatest heaven for lawyers. They never result in a conclusion. Am I right? My good friend D.K. Shivakumar is feeling the heat of it. Am I right? Our framers of our constitution were alive to this very serious problem. And they therefore provided a mechanism under Article 262. I would urge the Honorable Minister, he is on test. He should bring an end to water disputes. He has the potential and capacity to do it. His own state, to which I belong, has water dispute with Haryana, water dispute with Punjab, and the disputes have lasted for decades and decades and decades. We have to find a way from that angle. A step in the right direction has been taken when there is a promise, Har Ghar Jal. But then you need water for it. The Honorable Chief Secretary knows Bisarpur is a lifeline. She must be under a lot of pressure from other areas give us Bisarpur water. But as a general proposition, they are asking for water from a dam. The more dams you have, more conservation of water you have. And there is a serious problem, like having a poor building, structurally poor, a poor dam. They become a liability in the long run. In a short run, they may turn out to be very attractive. And therefore, we must be alive to seismic aspect. And I'm not on the conventional scientific seismic impact. I am on a different level. Dam construction has to be extremely scientific. I need to congratulate the Honorable Minister. I know for a fact a dam in one of our central states could have created havoc. No one had any idea what the designs are, how to tackle the problem. His intervention through good people in the ministry, he could find a way out. And lives were saved. A great contribution. This now he is formalizing. And it was a great moment when the government thought very rightly to have a separate ministry. The Honorable Minister got the honors to be the first minister. And then he has been armed by a statutory prescription of an enactment. And that enactment is an eye-opener. For the first time, the enactment focuses on safety. It also takes care of emergency situations, has some punitive measures, but more importantly, the Act has a lot of affirmative action-oriented mechanisms. And I'm sure all will be working in the right direction. I compliment all concerned and the Honorable Minister in particular for very successful completion of phase 1 of dam rehabilitation and improvement project. I am very optimistic. Phase 2 and 3 are also making good impact, and their success, given the past background, can be taken to be assured, and a great assurance to all of us that we are moving in the right direction. Friends, there was a time when in our country, if the meteorological department would say, today it will rain, the people were fully assured it will not rain today. They will not carry their umbrella. That was a few decades ago. But what I've seen now, our meteorological department is so very accurate. Global leaders are taking their inputs as very valuable. I had the good fortune of being Governor State of West Bengal for 3 years, where we suffered several cyclones of huge intensity. वो बात अलग है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ममता जी कहती थी कि वो मेरी वजह से आ रहे हैं. But that is on the lighter side. But let me tell you, friends, there was not a single mortality on high seas because of very accurate prediction. And the government, our state governments are extremely alive to the human issue. They shifted human beings, the livestock also, and everything was minimized on account of scientific input being made available. I'm happy and delighted that the Honorable Minister has imparted a very significant spinal wing to this dam safety matter, scientific temper, scientific assessment. मुझे नहीं लगता, आपने तो कमाल किया गजेंद्र जी. जब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बना तो कहा कि फुल मेडिकल चेकअप के लिए एम्स ले जाओ। मेरा पूरा मेडिकल चेकअप हुआ, कहा हर साल होगा। आई फेल्ट इलेटेड। तो मुझे पता लगा आप तो डैम का करा रहे हो और सक्सेसफुली करा रहे हो, और ट्वाइस करा रहे, यही करा हूं। An imminent failure should not bring issue to attention. वरना क्या है, साइक्लोन आ गया, नुकसान हो गया, तूफान आ गया, नुकसान हो गया, फ्लड आ गया, नुकसान हो गया, और सब रास्ता निकालने निकले। That is timely assistance, but indicative and reflective of very poor strategy. We must anticipate. We must work in advance. We must not be faced with challenges that can be contained by far-sighted approach of governance. That I'm so glad is happening. Friends, I express my gratitude to all the experts, researchers, and practitioners who have dedicated their lives into advancing the science and practice of dam safety. I have believed all my life in one aspect. Execution is not difficult. Execution can be done. But all that goes before execution, that is important. That has to emanate from out-of-box thinking, from innovative approach, from research, and that you people are well equipped to handle. Your work is indispensable and extremely critical to safeguarding the well-being of communities, ecosystems, and economies around the world. I wish you all a successful and productive international conference on dam safety in 2023. And I can assure you, before concluding, out of personal experience, the Honorable Minister is a very good host. And credit goes not to him, but to his family. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं for the Honorable Vice President of India. इस उद्घाटन सत्र का हिस्सा बनने के लिए, अपना समय निकालने के लिए मैं भारत के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति, माननीय मंत्रीगण, गणमान्य अतिथियों और सम्मानित व्यक्तिगण से आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी। और आपकी उपस्थिति ने इस सम्मेलन का महत्व काफी ज्यादा बढ़ा दिया है। हम आपके अटूट समर्थन के लिए बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। आइए एक बार फिर से सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us unite in harmony and patriotism as we will be playing our national anthem. I'll request everyone to please rise.
गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाए तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you. With that, we come to the end of the proceedings on this stage, but may I kindly request the Honorable Vice President and all our respected dignitaries on the dais to please join us for the launch of the exhibition being organized at the venue for the display or exposition of products, charts, banners, and photographs showcasing the latest developments, technologies, and solutions in various areas of dam safety. I will request everyone to kindly be seated for now. आप सभी से अभी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी प्लीज अपनी अपनी जगह पे बैठ जाइए. Just give us 2 minutes for the dignitaries to make their way. Just give us 2 more minutes, everyone, and we will be guiding. I will be letting you know what is going to happen next. Thank you. And now I will be requesting, we will be proceeding for lunch, but in 2 separate segments. Everyone who's seated on this particular level, we have lunch organized for you at the convention hall. So we'll request you to proceed to that area. जितने भी लोग नीचे बैठे हैं, वो convention hall की तरफ प्रस्थान करें lunch के लिए. And everyone who's on the mezzanine level or the first level, the multi-purpose hall जो उसी level पे है, आप लोगों के लिए lunch वहाँ पे है. So please, we'll request you to be there and kindly be back at 1:45 for our plenary sessions. आप सभी से requested to kindly be a part of the same. Thank you.
हाँ मैं बात करता हूँ विद्वान से 1 मिनट 2 मिनट। आगे घूमकर
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to start our plenary session for the day. Thank you to everyone who's here. Thank you everyone for waiting. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It's time now to begin with our plenary session for the day. Before I go on to introduce our panelists or all our speakers who are a part of this session, just for your information that the Honorable Minister who will be joining us, he's expected to join us shortly. He had to leave for some contingency and emergency work right now, but I believe he will be there as a part of this session shortly. We have Secretary Sir here with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding straight away with our speakers and inviting them here, we will request you to put your hands together as I request them one by one to join us on the dais. Thank you. We have with us Shri S.K. Sibal, Member DNR, CWC and Chairman NDSA. Can I request him to please be here with us? He joined CWC on the February 1st, 1988 as Assistant Director through the Central Engineering Services examination conducted by UPSC. He has done his Bachelor's in Civil Engineering from the Delhi College of Engineering and an MTech in Applied Mechanics from IIT Delhi. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. We have with us Shri Deepak Kapoor, Additional Chief Secretary, WRD Maharashtra. He's an IAS officer of 1991 batch of Maharashtra cadre. He is currently holding charge of Additional Chief Secretary, WRD Project and Development, Government of Maharashtra. Mr. Chris Salkovic, CEO, Dam Safety NSW, Australia. He possesses extensive experience as a civil engineer and leader in asset management. With a career spanning 30 years, he has obtained significant proficiency in infrastructure risk management, strategic planning, program management, and enhancements in operations and maintenance. His credentials also include international certificate as an asset management assessor. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. We also have with us His Excellency, Ambassador of Denmark to India. Can we have a huge round of applause for His Excellency Freddy Swane, the current Ambassador of Denmark to India, a Danish Foreign Service official. He's a graduate in history from University of Copenhagen. Earlier, he was Ambassador to Japan, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. Thank you for being here with us, sir. Ms. Emily Roper, the Honourable Minister, Councillor Policy Division, Australian High Commissioner to India at New Delhi. She did her bachelor's from University of Newcastle. She also holds a degree in Master of Law from University of Sydney. Shri Saroj Jha, Global Director, World Bank. Mr. Saroj Jha is the Global Director for the World Bank Group's Water Global Practice. In his current assignment, Mr. Jha is a core member of the GP's senior management team, which drives the policy direction of the GP, oversees a portfolio of 24 billion US dollars in water-related investments, analytical work, multi-donor trust funds, and global partnerships. Let's have a huge round of applause for everyone here on stage. The session will, for the moment, be chaired by Shri Pankaj Kumarji, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Thank you. We will be handing the session over to the chair to kindly take it forward.
So in the plenary session, we have a power-packed panel, as you can see. And I will be first requesting Shri S.K. Sibal, one of our foremost experts in dam design and safety, to make his presentation. He'll be speaking on Government of India initiatives on dam safety and management. S.K. Sibal also happens to be the chairman of National Dam Safety Authority.
So, respected Secretary, Ministry of Department of Water Resources, Shri Pankaj Kumarji, distinguished guests sitting on the dais, and distinguished delegates. I will be speaking about some of the initiatives of Government of India on dam safety and its management. So first, before that, I took up that I will speak something about what we have done in the past and why water is important for us. So water, it is an integral part of India's growth story since long. And as we all know that water is life. So all over ancient, I think it is not moving. So our Indus water civilization has also developed along the water sources, and we value water so much in our country that we revere our rivers like Ganges, Yamuna, Kaveri, and other rivers. And since we are primarily an agriculture economy, but now we are moving more towards industrial economy, but agriculture is still a backbone of our economy, and we need water for that. We in our country have a temporal and spatial variation in availability of water. So we need some structures to store water so that we can use it when there is less supplies of that. We know that water is available to us during the 3 months of the year, that is during the monsoon period. So we need water for remaining period for our uses. So historically, India has a long history of water management, as has already been told in this conference a number of times. The Chola dynasty, they built this Grand Anicut Kalnai Dam some 2000 years back, and it is still standing. It is a 329 meter long barrage, and it has a width of 20 meters. So as we all know that these dam structures, they have an infinite life unless they are properly maintained. This has been stated now by the ICOLD and other international agencies also. And this life is only reduced by way of sedimentation. If we take care of the dam and the sedimentation, then the life is infinite, and we can have the intended purposes from these dams on a perpetual basis. And even the World Bank now in its reservoir conservation approach, it is saying that we need to design and build our dam structures that should last for perpetuity. So at the time of independence, we have some 300 and odd dams. But after that, because we need water for our various uses, and also because taking into consideration the large population of our country, we have embarked on building these dams at a massive scale. And now we have around 6,138 large dams as per the recent register of National Register of Large Dams. So there could be some more dams which could not find place in the register, but we are continuously updating this register. But as per the information that we have received from the states, the number of large dams stands at 6,138. This figure was 5,334 during the year 2019. Central Water Commission. So first, now I will talk about the role of Central Water Commission in dam activity. CWC has been at the forefront of development of dams in our country. CWC or Central Water Commission, it was established in the year 1945. And since then, it has been providing assistance to the states. Initially, it was undertaking construction activity also, but gradually it was given to the states, because water in our country is a state subject. CWC now has been providing technical solutions to the specific problems. It is also providing consultancy services to the states also for water resources structures. In CWC, we have been appraising the DPRs or detailed project reports of water resource in hydropower projects. And we are also undertaking hydrological and basin studies, in which we undertake water availability assessment and design flood estimation. So these are some of the notable contributions by CWC in water security. CWC has been involved in the design and construction of Hirakud Dam. This is the longest dam in India, which has a length of 25.8 kilometers. It has a height of 60.98 meters and a gross storage of about 8 BCM. The spillway capacity is 42,000 cubic, but now its flood hydrology has been revised and there is a discussions going on of providing additional spillway to manage the revised flood. Napta Jhakri Hydel project, this is the first run-of-the-river project which was taken up in our country. It has a capacity of 1500 megawatt. So this project is on river Satluj in Himachal Pradesh states. And CWC was involved in the design of civil and hydromechanical works of this. Similarly, Tehri Dam, this is the highest dam in our country right now. This is a rock-filled dam with a clay core, and it has a height of 260.5 meters. CWC has been involved in its design also. Sardar Sarovar project, CWC was involved in the design of powerhouse only. The design of concrete gravity dam was taken up by the state government on its own. But its powerhouse design was a great challenge at that time. And reversible sort of turbines have been provided in this powerhouse. There is a Garudeshwar weir downstream of that, so it acts as a pump storage scheme also. CWC has a presence in other countries also. We have taken up the design of some of the projects which are being taken up in other countries. Salma Dam project in Afghanistan, it is a earth-filled dam with a clay core. Arun 3 Dam, Puna Sanchu 1 Dam in Bhutan, Tala Hydroelectric Project in Bhutan, and Chukha Hydroelectric Project in Bhutan. It has come up, sir. So now I will be talking about the dam safety activities that we have taken up in our country. As I already told that there are 6,138 dams in our country. Of this, more than 70% are more than 25 years old, and 212 are more than 100 years, and 917 are between 15 and 100-year old. And as I had already been told earlier, the deferred maintenance because of paucity of funds has been the root cause of the problems associated with these dams. Dams, though they provide service to us by way of flood moderation, providing drinking water for various purposes, but they also pose risks. They have a huge risk. As I already been told, we have maintained a 1 minute silence also for the Libya dam failure, in which thousands of people have died. Similarly, the dams here in our country pose huge risks. And because of the large population, this risk increases tremendously. Also, there is a need to protect the substantial investments that we have already made in the construction of these dams. And dams are unlike other civil engineering structures because because we know that nature has given us fixed sites. We cannot construct a dam at any particular site. They are fixed sites, and once a dam is built on a particular site, that site is consumed forever. Because we will be having sedimentation in the reservoir upstream of that, and we cannot build a new dam. We cannot demolish a dam and build a new dam there. So maintenance of existing dams is very essential. So now we come to the dam failures. There has been 42 reported dam failures in our country till now. The first dam failure occurred in Tigra. It is near Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh. And this failure occurred due to sliding of the concrete dam block. The worst disaster was of the Machu 2 dam. This was in Gujarat. Here, more than 2,000 people reportedly died. And this Machu dam acted as a catalyst for looking into dam safety aspects. Thereafter, Government of India constituted a number of committees, and these committees recommended that we should have some sort of legislation to avoid recurrence of such failures, because there are many dams whose failures could result in much more casualties. So after the Machu Dam, Dam Safety Organization was set up in Central Water Commission, and its purpose was to develop uniform dam safety protocols by laying down standard guidelines and manuals, and to assist the state governments and perform a coordinating and advisory role for states. Simultaneously, to equip the states in dam safety activities and also to strengthen the state governments, a number of dam safety or dam rehabilitation programs were taken up. The first program was DSARP, Dam Safety Assurance and Rehabilitation Project. This was taken up with the help of World Bank. It continued from 1991 to 1999. Then we had DRIP 1, or the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project, Phase 1 from 2012 to 2021. Then DRIP Phase 2 and 3, this is now continuing 2021 to 31. The objective of undertaking these DRIP programs is to develop an ecosystem in a state, because I will be telling later that we cannot rehabilitate all the dams, or we cannot maintain all the 6,000 old dams under these programs. State governments have to necessarily chip in with their own O&M funds. But this dam rehabilitation programs lay down the roadmap or they develop an ecosystem by way of institutional strengthening, knowledge transfer, so that states on their own can undertake dam safety of their dams. Then a National Committee on Dam Safety was set up in the year 1987 to evolve uniform simplified dam safety procedures and act as a forum for exchange of views on dam safety. And then finally, we came up with the Dam Safety Act in 2021. The purpose of this act was to ensure a uniform dam safety procedures across all the country, and also to ensure that there is a regular surveillance, inspection, operation, and maintenance of the specified dams. So in this pursuant to this Dam Safety Act, two bodies have been set up at the central level, and similarly two bodies have been set up in each state. At the central level, National Committee on Dam Safety has been set up, and a National Dam Safety Authority has been set up. The purpose of ICDS is to evolve dam safety policies and recommend necessary regulations and maintain necessary standards of dam safety. And NDSA is to implement those policies, guidelines, and standards which have been evolved by NCDS. Similarly, the state SCDS and the SDSO, they mirror the functioning of central agencies. Now, pre-inspection and post-inspection, this has been the major activity for dam safety purposes after the dams coming up of Dam Safety Act. Earlier, we were undertaking around 1,200 pre and post monsoons on annual basis, but now this figure has reached to 6,300. So this figure is more than the number of specified dams, because the states have undertaken pre-monsoon inspection of some of the more dams which are not coming in the category of specified dams. So in this pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspection, the state categorized the dams based on their health assessment. And currently, 2 dams are reported in category 1 and 183 dams are in category 2. Category dam are those dams which have deficiencies which may lead to failure if we left them unattended. Category 2 dams, major deficiencies which require prompt remedial measures, and category 3 dams in which no remedial measures are warranted. So NDSA takes up the matter with the concerned states if any dam is coming in category 1 or category 2. For currently, there are only 2 dams of Uttar Pradesh states, and they have been taken up for rehabilitation in World Bank assisted DRIP 2 program. And for the remaining DRIP, this 183 category 2 dams, we have advised the states to provide necessary O&M funds for their rehabilitation. So after the coming up of this Dam Safety Act 2021, there has been a paradigm shift in the dam safety activities. So the state government perception of dam safety, it has changed. Now they are legally bound to maintain the safety of their dams. Any individual can take them to task by taking them to court. Now there are regular meetings of ICDS and NDSA with the states on dam safety awareness, and we are regularly asking them to undertake this pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspections, and also to provide necessary this O&M funds for their dam safety purposes. Then NDSA is now in the process of formulating uniform regulations which will be implemented at the pan-India level. As I already covered, the number of pre-monsoon, post-monsoon inspections, they have increased by almost tenfold, and this activity has now been institutionalized. And we are also in the process of developing a software application. This has been developed earlier, but we are modifying it. This is called Dharma, Dam Health Assessment and Rehabilitation Monitoring Application. So we hope that the pre-monsoon inspection data will be fed directly into that software, so we can monitor the pre-monsoon or post-monsoon inspection results on real-time basis. So the work on this software is currently going on, and we hope the beta version is ready, and we hope to put it in use shortly. Now we are categorizing the dams based on the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspections, and we are then providing funds for their remedial measures. As a part of institutional strengthening, MTech course on dam safety, it has been started in IIT Roorkee and IIC Bangalore. Also, we have set up this Centers for Excellence as IIT Roorkee, and as has been told today, for this seismic activities, a Center for Excellence has been set up at MNIT Jaipur. IIT Roorkee will also be working on this sedimentation, hydraulic activities, and seismic activities. IIC Bangalore will be primarily acting on materials. We are also improving the capacity of organizations like CWPRS, CSMRS, NW, etc. And we have also empaneled experts available in our country on dam safety, and has put them on our website, so that if any state that need to undertake any rehabilitation or inspection of any dam, they can take the help of those experts. And National Water Academy of CWC, it is conducting regular training programs for dam owners on dam safety. So these are some of the changes that has been brought about after the coming up of this Dam Safety Act 2021. The major issues that we have identified in the dams after examining the results of pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspections, they are structural, institutional, and non-structural. In structural, we have seepage. We have noticed that there is seepage in many of the dams, particularly those which are masonry. And also, this seepage has been noticed in the case of embankment dams. So we have noticed that there is a difficulty in undertaking rehabilitation measures underwater because we are not able to bring down the water level of the dams which are in service, because these dams were designed earlier and no sluices have been provided at the bottom for bringing down the water level. So this has been a major issue. Another is hydraulic, hydrological, and operational safety. There has been a revision of this design floods because of climate change or improvement of our hydrological database. There have been issues of stability, particularly in the case of embankment dams. Then sediment management. This has been a major issue in our dams. We are losing our live storage capacity annually, on annual basis, by around 1% because of this sediment management. So this sediment management, this has become a core issue now, because new dam sites are not available. Existing dam capacity is getting lost to sediment, and we have not been able to evolve any measures for sediment management. Institutional, we have found that there are lack of well-established organizations and procedures for dam safety at the state level. Like currently, as per Dam Safety Act, all the states, they have to undertake comprehensive dam safety review within 5 years of the coming up of Dam Safety Act. So in the case of non-structural issues, there is issue of emergency action plan, operation and maintenance plan of all the specified dams. So this we are taking up with the states, and DRIP has been providing us the necessary guidance for that, because the states which are in DRIP, they know how to prepare emergency action plan, but the states which are not there in the DRIP, so we are providing these trainings to them. So this is the dam rehabilitation programs that we have undertaken over the years. So first is DSARP, I have talked about that, DRIP 1, DRIP 2, and DRIP 3. So this dam safety, in DSRP, we took up 33 dams. In DRIP 1, we took up 223 dams. And in DRIP 2 and DRIP 3, we have 736 dams. And as we all know that the kitty of DRIP 2 and DRIP 3 is around 10,000 crores, but for the dams, it may be around 7,500 crores. So for each dam, we have around 10 crores. But we all know that 10 crores is a very small amount for rehabilitation of any particular dam. We require at least 40 to 50 at the minimum for rehabilitation purposes. So a very small number of dams will be rehabilitated under a DRIP. But the main purpose of what we find of DRIP is knowledge transfer, institutional strengthening of the states. So what they learn from the DRIP, they can implement it for other dams. So this has been the key achievements of DRIP. First is institutional strengthening, then is uniform dam safety procedures, capacity building, and Dharma. Dharma software was developed in DRIP 1, but we are now updating it as already stated. So these are some of the structural issues and the state-of-the-art solutions that we have provided for various weaknesses that we have noticed in the case of dams. The first is of Malaprabha Dam in Karnataka. The second is at Slavaka Dam. In the first, we have provided this upstream face raking and UV resistant high strength mortar underwater, and at Sarvelar Dam in Tamil Nadu, a geomembrane has been provided. So these are some of the other remedial measures that we undertaken under DRIP. So
थोड़ा जल्दी करना.
sure, sir. So this is the hydraulic and operational safety that we have undertaken as a part of DRIP. So in some of the cases, we have noticed that there has been an increase in the seismic forces for which a particular dam has been designed. So these are some of the remedial measures by providing backing concrete at the downstream end for increasing the dam section for resisting the seismic forces. So sedimentation, I have already talked about. This is a very serious issue now. We will be losing about 50 BCM by 2050. So I have already talked about much earlier, so I will not be talking further on this. The Ministry of Jal Shakti has formulated a national framework on sediment management, which it is a guidance document for river sediment management and reservoir sediment management. So in which various activities or various measures that can be taken for sediment management, those have been outlined. So these are the two case studies of Mathon Dam, and this is one dam of Taiwan, where sediment management practices have been undertaken. In Mathon Dam, catchment area treatment has been taken extensively, and this has been able to reduce the sediment load in the which is coming into the reservoir tremendously, from 7 MCM per year to 1.3. 7 MCM per year, but still a lot more has to be done for Mathon Dam, and it is estimated that if appropriate sediment measures are not undertaken, then this dam will get filled in another 50 to 60 years. So institutional strengthening, I already talked about. Non-structural measures, emergency action plan, O&M, manual instrumentation. So this NDSA is doing, and we are preparing this as a sample document, and we will be sharing with all the states for that. Also, DRIP will be acting as a facilitator for this, and there are 19 states which are participating in DRIP currently, and all these activities are part of DRIP. So as a part of DRIP, one activity, these 13 guidelines were published, and we have asked the states to adopt these guidelines for dam management, dam safety management, till NDSA comes out with the new set of guidelines. So conclusions, we can say that the dam safety is of utmost importance for protecting the precious resources that we have created, and also to provide safety to the population settled downstream. Enactment of Dams Safety Act 2021 had made implementations of its various provisions mandatory on all stakeholders. Capacity building of all stakeholders is necessary for implementation of provisions of the Act. Strengthening of institutional mechanism, it is essential. And availability of adequate funds to undertake proper operation and maintenance, and also carry out rehabilitation to ensure dam safety, and collaboration with the states in creating the ecosystem in the country on dam safety. So this is very important. We need to develop an ecosystem within a country for dam safety. We need to take along private sector also for developing new materials, new technologies on dam safety, and then international collaboration with expert agencies, especially in advanced areas of dam safety, such as risk assessment, comprehensive dam safety review, etc. So thank you, sir.
थैंक यू. बिफोर वी गो ऑन फर्दर, एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी के लिए, द ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ जल शक्ति हु इज हियर विद अस. सर, मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी कि हमारे मंत्रीगण जो हमारे साथ इस समय मौजूद हैं, कृपया उन्हें एक मोमेंटो व शॉल देके उनका स्वागत करें एक बार फिर से. जस्ट अ टोकन ऑफ अप्रिसिएशन, इफ आई कैन काइंडली रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज जॉइन अस इन फ्रंट ऑफ द स्टेज. हमारे बीच में मौजूद हैं श्री सतपाल महाराज जी, ऑनरेबल WRD मिनिस्टर उत्तराखंड, श्री सुभाष ए शिरोडकर जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर फॉर वाटर रिसोर्सेज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गोवा, एंड श्री मिगमा नार्बू शेरपा, ऑनरेबल पावर मिनिस्टर सिक्किम. Thank you, sir. Well, now we will be continuing with the plenary session. Just for the reference of all the speakers, we have a queue manager here on stage. So, agar aapko slides aage piche karni ho, in case you need to change the slides, we'll request you to use this. It is placed right here at the podium for everyone's reference. And we'll be requesting you to kindly abide by the time. Thank you. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, His Excellency Ambassador now, because, yeah, please. Thank you.
I don't need that. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Yeah, very good. Honorable Minister and members of the dais, it's fantastic. I have three good news for you. Three good news. I will not spend 35 minutes in my speech. Secondly, I will congratulate India on its great success on the G20. And it also, yeah, let's give a big applause. It also has a great meaning for the water discussion, the STDs and all that. The third good news is, and that's why my speech will be extremely short, we don't have any dams in my country. But I come from a low-lying island in beautiful Denmark. We don't have dams, but we have dikes to keep out the water. So in fact, it's a little bit the reverse, but the mindset that we have to apply, ladies and gentlemen, is of course safety. You can put a vehicle, Honorable Minister, on the moon. You can make the whole world, meaning the G20, to agree. Nobody believed it, really, but you did it. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think this great nation, India, also can repair all these 6,000 dams that you have. Yes, and you know why? One of the biggest challenges we are facing on this planet, perhaps you will find water at the moon, Honorable Minister, but but the biggest challenge we are facing is how do we utilize our water resources in the best, most efficient way. And we can ask all these good people who have knowledge about building dams, maintain them, and whatever and whatnot. But it comes down to all of us individually. How can we really solve the water issue? This is about infrastructure. And India is extremely good at really putting up new infrastructure. So it's not an issue. You have all the guidelines, and it's fantastic. What is important? What is important is that we are all applying our individual responsibility to secure that we have sufficient water. This fantastic 18% of the land masses and 4% of the water resources. My water expert sitting over there, the lady said to me, it's a wrong way of thinking because you have plenty of water here in India. Issue is how to use it efficiently and how to avoid that is creating too much of flooding and negative impact on livelihood. And I have a very good friend sitting over there, Joint Secretary or Executive Director from the National Institute for Disaster Management. And he is a good guy, Mr. Ratno, but he should not be brought into the picture because you have to repair to maintain your dams. So last intervention from my side, we have tons of Danish companies out here and they are helping you and they can do all the water planning and projecting and so forth. So I will ask the representatives from the Danish companies to stand up. Please. You see, these guys can help you. Big applause. So I wish you all the best. I can't say I give a damn in it, but I do in one way or another because you have to repair your things. And Moon, fantastic. G20, fantastic. And I hope that when we are coming to the next year, that we can say you did that as well. Dhanyavad, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Yeah, please. Thank you. And that Maharashtra. Deepak Kapoorji, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Maharashtra.
Honorable Mantri Ji, respected Secretary Sir, Special Secretary, colleagues and friends. Asking to make a presentation post such a sumptuous lunch is an extremely difficult task, sir, and I will be damned if I make it too long. So I will be very brief, sir. Just 5 slides, and I will like to give a status of what we are doing, we have been doing in dam safety in Maharashtra before the act came. And lastly, sir, since Honorable Mantri Ji and Honorable Secretary Sir both are present, just a few constraints Maharashtra and I believe all the states face. I will think it's my duty to point it out, starting with the first slide. This is how you push. Bigger one. Okay. No, it's not working. Friends, out of the state of Maharashtra, which I will like to point out is that out of all large dams in the country, 42% of large dams, that is 2,394 are in Maharashtra alone. So one state bears the brunt or has the burden, and we have almost half of the large dams in the country. And since the dams have been there for a very long time, Maharashtra has always had a culture of dam safety. 1980 itself, the Dam Safety Inspectorate was established, and then it was further upgraded in 1985 to Dam Safety Organization. You can see the 3 categories which I believe are now outdated after the act has been established. But even prior to the act, the DSO, Dam Safety Organization in Maharashtra, was carrying out inspection of around 100 dams per year. And I believe that the quality must have been good of inspection because we had the proud privilege of inspecting dams in Himachal Pradesh also. Honorable Minister Irrigation from Himachal is also here. So Maharashtra had the privilege of doing this inspection of dams in Himachal, especially the Nathpa Jhakri and Kupa dams. And as usually, the health status reports were established. And this culture has been in place for the last several years in Maharashtra. Sibyl Saab, you'll have to help. I think it works like this. Coming specifically in a very brief manner to the specified dams, we have central government dams with Navy's famous Lonavala Dam. Railway has a very legendary Bhusi Dam in Lonavala. The rest I will skip. What I will like to draw the attention of the august audience is the point number 7. In 1923, that is exactly 100 years ago, one single person, Sir Piraji Rao, established a dam himself. And this dam is still in existence. And to our great surprise, this dam, even today, supplies water for irrigation to 100 hectares, sir, free of cost. It supplies drinking water to all the villages within the 100 hectares, free of cost. And it is maintained by a big sugar factory in Kolhapur. It bears the entire cost. And that individual ownership dam built by Sir Piraji Rao is doing yeoman service within the designated area. After the enactment of the Act, various steps have been taken by the state government, the State Committee on Dam Safety. Sir, ये सिब्बल साहब भी नहीं कर पाएंगे help up. Somebody else will have to do it. So, how do I come to Maharashtra? Sir, we are finally back. Sir, the effect of having a sumptuous lunch, it goes off to sleep and then wakes up. Sir, various steps have been taken. As Secretary Sir and Mantri ji were also saying, the dam safety units have also been established. The classification has been done, and the most important part is that the sensitization aspect, we have been very careful. Right down to the ground level, this we have been able to achieve. And State Dam Safety Organization, SDSO, as I told you, 1985 itself, DSO had been established. But now it has been given a very large picture under the new Act. And all the technical circulars regarding this. So all the basic requirements we find that we have been able to achieve. And now I'll come to the last two slides where the real issues lie. Sir, as far as DRIP is concerned, Maharashtra's total budget is around 965 crore. World Bank has been a great partner with us. Almost 70% of the funds come from World Bank. State share is 30%. Total projects approved by World Bank so far under DRIP have been 11. I admit that we have been a bit slow, but since the Act is new, we are going step by step. So far, 3 contracts have been awarded. 7 bids are under process. And this totals up to 10, but number of bids under preparation are 10. So this would sound a bit confusing. It's not so, because each tender has several sub-tenders, technical, electrical. So total bids under preparation 2 are 10, and we hope to spend in this particular financial year around 65 crore. Strengthening of dams has been a very sensitive issue in Maharashtra. Kindly see point number 2, where Koyna earthquake happened in 1967, and this was of the magnitude of 6.7. It was a massive earthquake, and then this led to strengthening of old dams, which we carried out. Killari earthquake in 1993 was a humongous earthquake leading to huge loss of life. And there also, after the earthquake, all the dams within a radius of 80 kilometers, we had to repair. We do it by 3 processes. Basically, grouting is one which we take up. Masonry, buttresses is one where we take up, and then guniting. These 3 are the techniques that we presently employ technically for strengthening dams in Maharashtra. Honorable DCM Fadnavis sir, who holds the irrigation portfolio, has been extremely keen that merely enacting the Dam Safety Act in the state is not enough, and we have to plan in a very methodical manner with very clear timelines. So he has given us 4 timelines for this. One is the risk assessment study for capacity building, and we have now tied up with IIT Chennai. And since I'm in Jaipur, sir, I must mention that the Department of Irrigation in Maharashtra is working with Malviya Institute of Technology in Jaipur for dam safety purposes, sir. And this process we hope to complete by December 2026. Emergency Action Plan, Honorable DCM is very keen that this should be extremely comprehensive, even though we should do it in a phased manner. Seismological stations is something which we are very focused on doing it. And right now, 30 seismological stations we had identified which must be built within the radius of several dams, out of which 2 tenders have already been, 2 have been completed, and 28 are under tender process, and this we hope to complete soon. And as far as the submission of annual report is concerned, we, on this 7th September itself, we have submitted a detailed report to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. In the presence of Honorable Mantri ji and Secretary, sir, I will just like to mention lastly the 3 constraints that we face in the state, sir, which I believe my other colleagues would also agree. One is, sir, that as far as Maharashtra is concerned, since 50% of all dams in the country are located in Maharashtra, sir, dam safety and their regular maintenance becomes a big challenge for us. The department in Maharashtra has on roll 59,000 engineers and non-technical staff. So beyond a point, recruitment is becoming extremely difficult. And since the number of dams is humongous, sir, when we calculated, each executive engineer in my state is handling 15 to 18 dams. Now, expecting one executive engineer to take care of 15 to 18 dams, because if he only looks after the dams going there every alternate day, the other departmental work will completely go out of the door. So one major issue the state faces is that manpower has become an extremely critical issue, sir, where we will like to have some special assistance from the central government, since we have 50% of the total dams in the country. The second is the capacity building, sir. Sir, my humble and earnest submission to you would be that so far, Central Water Commission has identified IIT Chennai, basically, for carrying out dam safety studies. Sir, Maharashtra has 50% of the dam. Education-wise also, it's a big hub. So मेरी सर आपसे विनंती ये है कि सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन को सूचना देकर IIT पोवई और सर पूना बहुत बड़ा इंजीनियरिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस का हब है, वहां सर कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग पूना में भी अगर CWC जैसे IIT चेन्नई में सर डैम सेफ्टी कोर्सेज शुरू किए हैं, if the same apparatus can be made available in Maharashtra for IIT Povai as well as sir for College of Engineering Pune, then sir it will be of a big help not only to Maharashtra but to other central and western states. That is my second request, sir. And last request is, prior to coming here, we had an extensive study that if we were to maintain the 50% of dams of the country in Maharashtra totaling to 2,672, sir, the total funds required only for even say, let's start with pitching, sir. Basic technical upkeep would require, sir, 10,000 to 12,000 crores. So my state's concern is that for resource management, especially manpower, for capacity building of adding IIT Povai and College of Engineering Pune, and some kind thought on the behalf of center to provide some financial assistance for regular upkeep of the large number of dams would really go a long way, sir, in making this act successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kapoor sir, for your wonderful suggestions and the preparedness of state of Maharashtra. Now I would request Mr. Chris Salkovic, pardon me if I'm not pronouncing your surname properly, the CEO of Dam Safety NSW Australia. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, respected colleagues and fellow participants. My name is Chris Salkovic, CEO of Dam Safety New South Wales, the state regulator for dam safety in the Australian state of New South Wales. Honoured to address you today as we come together in this meeting of intellects and voices to delve into a topic that I hold at the highest regard for a nation's prosperity, and that is dam safety. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my fellow Australian colleagues, of which there is four or five of us here today, and myself, and for the opportunity to be part of this distinguished gathering, so thank you. My presentation aims to give an overview of the regulatory agency of Dam Safety New South Wales, including responsibilities, learnings from our regulatory implementation, and also upcoming initiatives. So, okay, now I have to work this clicker. Wish me luck. Got it. So for those of you who are not familiar with Australia, in particular New South Wales is the state on the map there in red, capital being Sydney. We're the largest state in New South Wales in terms of population, 8.1 million, which obviously pales in a significance when you talk about numbers in India. But the state of New South Wales, in terms of area size, is about a quarter the size of India. So that's just looking at New South Wales. It's important to note that dam safety is a state responsibility. It is not a national responsibility in Australia. So that's an important feature, of which I think I'd be safe to say that the work that we're doing in Dam Safety New South Wales is probably the most progressive out of the other states, and a lot of the other states are looking at the work we are doing. Having said that, I am somewhat envious of the national approach that's been taken here in India, and it's something that I certainly hope we can achieve one day. Our regulated dams in New South Wales are called declared dams, and owners of those dams are water corporations, mainly state-based water corporations, mining companies in terms of mine waste dams, power generators and local government. So about the dams that we regulate, about a third is state-owned water corporations, a third are owned by mining companies, and the other third by local government. And the green stars there on the map of Australia, they denote that those 3 states do not have any dam safety regulation at all. So we're a real mix. This is a diagram to show that we have a board of Dam Safety New South Wales, being the independent regulator, of which I'm part of that board as a non-voting member, and that we report directly to the Minister for Water. And then there's staff, obviously, in our organisation. And on the right-hand side is our Dam Safety Act 2015, at least the front cover of it. Oh, I'll just go back. Just a key point there to note on the top is that we commenced, the legislation commenced on the 1st of November 2019. So we're about 3.5 years into our journey. Key functions, run through these quick, the key functions. So as I mentioned earlier, they're called declared dams in the Act. Our role is to develop and implement dam safety standards and regulate compliance. So owners' compliance to those standards. And the way we do that is mainly through audits and also other requirements. We have a feature of all owners of declared dams need to submit us with an annual report. We provide guidance to dam owners. We issue directions and statutory notices, investigations, enforcement powers, and we even can issue fines. That is our board of Dam Safety New South Wales. It is made up of 5 members appointed by the New South Wales Minister for Water, and the Act clearly says that the composition of the board must be made up of people having that expertise, qualifications. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm also part of that board as a Chief Executive Officer, as a non-voting member. We have had a Dam Safety Act in New South Wales actually since 1978, and it's served its purpose for a number of years. It was mainly conceived at the time as a result of a lot of significant international dam failures that were occurring around that time. In particular, there was one in the US called Teton Dam failure that occurred around in the mid-70s. And also another factor for that is we have a lot of coal mining close to dams. And so the Act did serve its purpose, and the administrators of the Act, called the Dam Safety Committee, were mainly there to encourage dam owners to adopt best practice, and they did a lot of work in setting up best practice in dam safety. However, there comes a time where you need to do a review. So that's my little cricket diagram in there. And that review that was conducted in 2013, 2014, I think it was, some of the key findings was that the Act didn't have the regulatory framework didn't have clear minimum standards. There was a potential for conflict of interest with the governing committee because there were some dam owners actually involved in that committee. And there was some concern about relatively high levels of expenditure on dam safety that were not particularly commensurate with risk reduction. So the recommendations from that review were a key one was to establish an independent regulator, so no dam owners can be onto that board. Develop the minimum safety standards in the regulation, and key thing too is the standards should also be an outcome focused. So this move of not having a prescriptive regulatory framework, giving owners flexibility to explore options. And that's a key feature of one of my colleagues, Peter Boyd, who will be presenting on, I believe, later this afternoon. And the last one was a particular note to increase the use of risk assessment and cost-benefit analysis. So there were a couple of key recommendations. So from that, the Dam Safety Act 2015 was passed. The Act, if you look at it itself, is fairly an administrative Act. It really required regulation to be created that sits underneath that to prepare those dam safety standards. And the Act calls up an interim advisory committee that had three main focuses: to develop the criteria for declaring dams, develop safety standards, and also to do policy development work. So with that, those recommendations, the Dam Safety Act, the need to allow more flexibility for owners, outcome-focused and a risk-based approach, putting all those things together into the mix, it really led us to one outcome, or to the interim committee's outcome, and that was that the key feature of any moving forward the dam owners needed to prepare what we call a dam safety management system. And again, I'm just only mentioning it now. That's going to be a topic of a lot more discussion for my colleague, Shane McGrath, which tomorrow, I believe, he'll be talking about that. And that was a key feature in the regulation, the Dam Safety 2019 regulation. To give the previous, our predecessors some credit, of course, they did build very solid foundations. And those solid foundations, if they weren't in place, would have made our journey very, very difficult. And two of the very solid foundations they put in place was they had a very good asset register created. Two key features of any asset management system: it doesn't matter if you're managing a dam, a bridge, a car, or manufacturing plant. Having a good asset register and then having a criticality analysis on those dams is really important. And the criticality analysis we talk about as a consequence category assessment. Touch on what consequence category assessment or impact, this is what drives a lot of our energy, is we categorise dams in those categories on the left: extreme, high A, high B, high C, significant and low. And if a dam was to fail and it had a higher potential loss of life of 50 or more, it'd be classified as an extreme dam. On the same token, damage and loss also features in our regulatory framework. So aspects of, if a dam was to fail, looking at replacement and repair costs, infrastructure impacts, environmental impact, social impacts, health, all feature in the categorisation of a dam with a consequence category. Some of the obligations that dam owners must fulfil, I say must because it's very clear in our regulation, is they need to do a risk assessment and safety review, and the risk assessment must be a quantitative risk assessment, I'll point out. They need to do the risk assessments every 5 years and safety reviews every 15. Operations and maintenance plans must be updated annually, emergency plans updated manually, develop a dam safety management system, reporting on the safety standards, as I mentioned earlier, annual reporting, and reporting incidents to us as and when they occur immediately, or our legislation says within 72 hours, or they must give us an immediate phone call. So they are some of the must-dos, and we audit against that. One of the very early things that we found in our implementation, unlike reading through the Dam Safety Act here in India, is we didn't actually define what a dam is. So that caused us a lot of work at the very stage, because a lot of people were saying, well, does it include a weir? Does it include a flood retarding basin? Does it include a tailings dam, a levee, a culvert? What does it include? And they're really good questions. So we had to fulfill the task of actually defining that. So we engaged the expertise of a lot of legal people to help us do that. And consideration factors there on the right were what was the dam intended to impound? Is it across a water source that obstructs flow? And is it able to pass or release a content? So they were some of the consideration factors that led us to basically come to those conclusions that those things are in and the others are out of our regulatory scope. Just a diagram there of pictures of some of the different types of dams. So your typical water dam there on the top right is a dams that we regulate. Tailings mining dams. We have a lot of large private storages. So there's a very big golf course that there are a lot of houses built immediately downstream of it, and also flood retarding basins. It might look like a nice dry bit of land with grass, but we have a lot of flood retarding basins in our suburbs in Sydney that should they rain, they fill up very, very quickly, and they have a lot of houses built right along the toe of them. Some of the early learnings, as we move to a risk-based approach from a standards-based approach, I think it's key to note some of the benefits of moving to a risk-based approach is that it improves the decision-making for dam owners and gives that's that point I was mentioning on earlier before about flexibility. Improves resource allocation. Dam owners can be a lot more proactive in their risk management and it's cost-effective. Optimised investments is very key, and stakeholder confidence. So they are the benefits. But having said that, there are things to know about moving to a risk-based approach, which is a real step change in how you manage your dam portfolio. So risk assessments, particularly when you talk quantitative risk assessments, they can be quite complex, very, very complex to do. And from our experience, I guess we underestimated the knowledge that a lot of dam owners have, even particular basic concepts of risk. So, and it required a lot of horsepower in terms of technical specialists and availability. So I'm really pleased to see that there is an investment in a dam safeties masters program in India, which is, I think, a very worthwhile investment if you're on this journey to implement a risk-based approach. Just quickly talking about a dam safety management system which features heavily in our regulation. Again, we underestimated how much people knew about management systems, and the majority of owners that we were auditing very early on had a very low to low understanding of management systems, with many of them not even familiar with the basic plan, do, check, act cycle of any type of management system. And we were finding very early on that owners of extreme and high dams did not even have a documented operations and maintenance plans. So again, a key part of doing an audit is you look for evidence and you look for documentation, and a lot of cases we weren't finding that. So that all led to a call that was made to us very early on about guidance. Industry was seeking a lot of guidance, and we had to do a lot of work in developing guidelines, fact sheets, policies, webinars, forums, inquiries, educational visits. So there's a lot of stuff that we did in the transition. When you put this legislation in place, be prepared for all the questions that industry is going to ask of you. And to go back, people are free to go onto our Dam Safety New South Wales website, where we publish all of our material as a transparent regulator. Another early learning was the Act was very good in defining a dam owner, being the accountable person. And so that's very, very clear that it's either the Chief Executive Officer for a corporation, the Company Secretary, or a Government Department Chief Secretary. And so when we have annual returns sent to us, reports, the obligations sent to us annually, the key thing, first thing we look at is, has it been signed off by a dam owner, an accountable person? And if not, we just send it back and say that's an invalid return, sorry. So that alone has reset a lot of minds. So really lifting the status and accountability of dam safety higher up into organisations. Couple of the things that were missing that we had to put in fairly early is to define a responsible person and a contact person, and that contact person is really important, particularly when you're looking at mining dams where there's a lot of change in personnel. I'll just go through my slides quickly now. Early on, there was some validation for us. Some of you might be aware of a couple of fairly large tailing dams breaks in Brazil, which prompted a global tailings review that was done in 2020. And as a result of this review that was done, there was a global standard for tailings dams, and really good validation for us that there was a very strong alignment between that standard and our regulatory framework, which was very good. Quick note on climate change. So there's quite a lot of work. That's a 3-year project that's coming to an end in Australia, done by, it's an industry-funded program done by some universities. And look, the main conclusion there is they're seeing between, in the next 80 years in Australia, the problem of maximal floods are expected to increase between 40 to 38%. So there's going to be a steady increase, which is going to be a real challenge for dam owners. And just 2 more quick slides. So, what is working well? That heightened awareness of dam owner responsibility is working very well for us. Increased interest in dam safety from senior leaders, ministers and owners, education guidance, and many owners are delivering improvement work, which is great. They're on the journey. Last slide, and what more needs to be done is a lot more in education, and particularly around risk assessment, because that features so heavily in our regulatory framework. And owners with their communities needing to communicate risk to their communities is something that needs to be done. And also continuing to broaden our perspective from shifting it from being a sole technical focus to a lot wider people, process, stakeholder engagement exercise. And lastly, we're doing a lot more work in increasing dam safety engineer competency framework, which is going to be run by the Institute of Engineers Australia, something that we're really keen to put in place. So that is my presentation, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chris. Now I think I must give opportunity to Mr. Saroj Jha to keep all of us awake. He is representing World Bank, and he'll be speaking about the World Bank's initiative on dam management. So he'll be speaking a little loudly, so I have given him responsibility, because I can feel and I can see some of us are just under the...
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Shri Shekhawat ji, Union Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Pankaj sir, Honorable Ministers from state governments, Devashri and officials from central government, but also from the states, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. For me, when I received an invitation letter from Devashri, I had a personal reflection, because in the year 1992, my very first week as the young SDO in Kalahandi district then, Nuapada subdivision, which is now a district in Orissa, the local assistant engineer came to me and said, "Sir, we have a project. We have to start it immediately. We are under a lot of pressure from Bhubaneswar to start this project." And this was the dam safety project that was referred here by many people. So I felt very happy that sometimes you do things very early in your civil service, and you kind of reflect on this as you grow in your career. So I'm very happy to be here. And last few months that I have been in this job, I had the opportunity to reflect on India's journey in the water sector. And I have shared this with the Honorable Minister when he was our chief guest at the World Bank's World Water Week in Washington, D.C., as to how much we can learn from India's journey in the sector. And from the day the Libya dam disaster happened in Derna, I've been reflecting quite a lot as to, are we really thinking ahead and helping governments which are really sitting on these kind of very high risk water infrastructure assets, which could be the next one? And since there are several World Bank dam safety specialists in this room. I've been bothering them since yesterday. Tell me what we should be doing tomorrow. After I leave this place, what is that the World Bank should be doing looking at India's experience? So I think this particular workshop is extremely important for the World Bank. We've been a long-standing partner of India. You've heard World Bank mentioned several times in this presentation, so I will not go into the details as to what we've done in this country. But I want to spend a few minutes to reflect on how we see the world of water, and within that, the context of dam safety. And I'll try to be very quick. First, I think since climate change was mentioned many times in the presentation today, I want to share a few things with you, which is overall as a world, we are becoming a drier place. We are coming out with a report in a few weeks' time, just before the next COP in the UAE, which will provide the data that we have per capita less water today in the world than we had, let's say, 10 years back. So we are becoming a drier place. And the title of that report is Continental Drying, which means that we are losing water much more rapidly than we ever did. And that puts the focus on storage, which was referred to by many speakers before, including Honorable Vice President of India. I think it's extremely important that we reflect on this as part of our water management strategy in countries around the world. The second, which is, we used to have a lot more water in the world per capita than we have today. So we have a new president in the World Bank, as some of you may have heard. He started recently. The first topic on which he asked for a briefing was water. And I shared a data with him that today, if you compare last 50 years, today we have 27,000 billion cubic meter less water than we had 50 years ago. And I'm talking about just the volume. I'm not comparing this with per capita because population has increased, of course. But just in volume terms, we just have so much less water globally. Of course, the population has increased manifold. The demand for water has increased in industry, in mining, in agriculture, and you name it. But actually the water available has reduced by 27,000 billion cubic meter. I can go into these details, but the point I'm trying to make is that water has become very central to our longer-term development agenda. And it's only recently that the climate negotiators, both from the north and the south, have taken notice of this. I was in Bahrain last week meeting all the climate ministers from Arab countries and the climate negotiators as to how the UAE COP28 happening in Dubai can actually position water better and help governments and, of course, institutions to access more financing for doing this work. The point I was making also before is that not only we have less water in volume terms, but also if you compare that with the per capita storage, there is a huge gap in terms of where we are today, and this is likely to grow further. The gap is going to widen further. So closing the gap in terms of water storage is a very big part of the World Bank's work, and I'll talk about this in a minute because this is an area where I'm requesting my colleagues in the field to really make this a priority in terms of engaging with the government. We recently did a report on water storage. It was launched at the last COP27 in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, and Special Secretary Devashri was on the panel from India when this report was launched. And this report essentially makes a point that water storage is not just about dams. Water storage in every possible way we are able to store, conserve, which is what we call natural built as well as hybrid storage systems. And I'm glad that India has developed a very comprehensive water storage program, and it was referred to by the Honorable Minister and also Honorable Vice President earlier in the day. Now, we had Couple of numbers about India, but I think this gives you a sense of the numbers globally. And we currently have 19,000 dams in operation for 50 years or more. And given the track record of most countries, particularly developing countries, in operation maintenance, inspection, safety audits, I'm very, very concerned in terms of the kind of risk which has accumulated in this particular subsector within the water sector. And I think listening to all the presentations today and my own preparation for this meeting and what happened in Libya, it definitely calls for a much more comprehensive global response. And I'm going to look to India actually to help us think through as to what the global response might look like. And please count on the World Bank to really be a partner with you in this effort as part of the global response. And it could be something that we could also do at the COP28, because we have received a formal request from both the Libyan governments yesterday for World Bank to help assessing the impact of the Derna disaster. And our team is mobilized. Sataru is here, our global dam specialist is going to be part of that effort as well. We talked about the per capita storage, and this gives you the data around the country in India. And I think many speakers have already referred to this. The CWC member also talked about it, so I'm going to skip this and turn to the World Bank's work globally. So just to give you a sense of the World Bank's water sector itself, we did a count yesterday, which is the close of fiscal year 23. We currently have a portfolio of close to $84 billion roughly in the water practice, which includes all kinds of water projects: irrigation, water storage, dams, water supply, sanitation, canals. So roughly about $84 billion roughly is the portfolio, and of which $34 billion roughly is the commitment which involves dams and dam safety related investments around the world. And these are ongoing programs. And you'll see a big part of this is happening in East Asia and Pacific, which is China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines. But South Asia is not far behind, which is where India comes in. A very big part of South Asia is actually happening in India. Can India do more? And I was very happy to hear references to DRIP 3 and implementation of Dam Safety Act itself and building the ecosystem that was heard so many times. And I feel that's exactly the approach we need to make this work. But it gives you a sense that we as an organization, with about 400 water specialists in the practice, out of which we have, let's say, close to 30 global dam specialists, we are a very small team in terms of the size of the problem. I think the point I'm trying to make is that we as the World Bank is not who we are as a team. It is when we work with you, all of you in the room, who really have the first-hand experience of doing it, that becomes the real World Bank. And one of the reasons I'm very excited being part of this conference is that every one of you have so much experience, and I want to draw that experience to help other countries in the world, so that my 25 specialists in dam safety become 2,500. If we are really going to be able to address this on a big scale. We talked about this. We had a kind of a drop in the water sector financing, which means governments were not coming to the World Bank for financing water-related projects. And my own assessment of this is that many governments, the ministries of finance, are not prioritizing water sector. Water is not a priority for ministries of finance in many cases. But when we did the analysis and found that countries which are not managing water resources are the countries which are likely to face much bigger economic shock from water-related crisis. And therefore, in order to prevent this, they need to manage water better. And there are lots of economic reports on this. If you Google, you'll find World Bank reports on economics of water. There's also a Global Commission on Economics of Water, which is essentially trying to make the case that investing in water actually gives you huge benefits in terms of productivity, food security, hydropower, green energy transition, but also prevention and building resilience in the countries. we of course have a very large body of knowledge and the research we do based on our work around the world. And a lot of this actually builds on our experience in India, by the way. But one thing I want to draw your attention is that in addition to our kind of work in terms of design and implementation support for the projects, we have a very high standard of environmental and social performance in all our projects. Each project is subject to a comprehensive environmental and social standards compliance. And this is almost the gold standard internationally. So all the projects will be subject to that level of assessments. And of course, the whole, our work on knowledge continues. And these are examples of the projects. I think India project was mentioned many times, but I have to mention that there are other countries also where we are quite engaged. Indonesia is, I guess, the second largest program after India, but we also have programs in Vietnam, and I visited Indonesia project recently, and of course many other countries in the world. So India was talked about many times, and I'll skip this. But my last slide, what I want to share with you is that we at the World Bank in the water practice, we are very keen in working with India on this journey. I think many things that you're doing today is the future of water sector. Most countries are way behind on this journey. And I think our partnership with you is going to be about learning from India, making it a global knowledge and experience, and sharing it with other countries in the world. I think your approach to building the ecosystem, particularly looking at the centers of excellence in the country, building capacity in the centers of excellence, and having also inviting people from other countries in the world. I was recently in Ghana and Ethiopia. Both countries, when you ask the ministers, what is your real problem? They said, I can't find a water engineer in the country. We advertise positions, we can't find an engineer. So I think the investing in young people, giving them the right education, building this capacity building of people through the centers of excellence is the right approach, and we really want to work with you. But thank you very much again for inviting me to be here and working with the World Bank, and for all your support and confidence in working with the World Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarojji, for a wonderful presentation. Now I would request the Minister, Australian High Commission to India, Minister and Council of Policy Decision. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, Secretary, fellow speakers, distinguished guests. I'm delighted to be speaking with you today, and also for Australia to be a partner with the Ministry of Jal Shakti for this year's International Dam Safety Conference. Australia is very pleased to have a strong partnership with the Government of India on water resource management. A comprehensive strategic partnership with India, agreed in 2020, recognises the importance of working together to address the challenges of water security and supporting the health and sustainability of water resources. Our cooperation with India on water spans over many years and draws on expertise from across the Australian government and private sector, and you've already had a great example of that with Chris speaking to you on this panel today. We have a long history of sharing experience in the water resource space, sharing technical expertise, but also recognising that water is life and that good management of water can have benefits for all of society. With our implementing partners, we are working with India on a range of aspects to support improved and integrated water resource management. We're supporting the development of young water professionals to nurture the next generation of water management specialists. We're providing technical cooperation to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to support the implementation of the National Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, known as AMRUT 2.0. And this aims to improve households' access to water and address water security through circular economy approaches. We're also facilitating knowledge exchange by bringing Indian government officials to Australia to see how we are tackling the challenges of water scarcity. We're working with Indian communities to build their resilience to the impacts of climate change and to natural disasters. Communities already know the value of water. They are at the forefront of water shortages, increasing water prices, poor water quality leading to poor health, and the devastating impacts of droughts and floods. We are empowering them to find solutions to these issues. Right here in Rajasthan, we're working with the government of Jaipur and industries to open up new public-private partnership models for wastewater recycling. And on the private sector front, we have Australian companies operating throughout India to introduce innovative technologies, strengthen distribution systems and networks, improve groundwater management, improve the health of river basins, and introduce water-sensitive urban design. On dam rehabilitation, Australia has long engagement with India, starting in 2019 and culminating in our partnership with the Ministry of Jal Shakti and the World Bank on the second phase of the Dam Rehabilitation Implementation Program. Dams are a really critical resource that support household and commercial needs, food security, energy production, and disaster management. The management of the asset over its life cycle, spanning design, construction, and operational management, is in turn vital to ensuring the dam is used at its optimal level. Australia places a very high degree of focus on effective dam asset management. We believe that this focus leads to 5 key outcomes. Firstly, improved safety and reliability. Effective asset management can help ensure that the dam is safe and reliable, reducing the risk of failure or malfunction. Secondly, better decision-making. Asset management provides data and information that can be used to make informed decisions about maintenance and repairs, as well as to plan for future upgrades and replacements. Third, enhanced efficiency. By optimizing the use of resources and reducing waste, asset management can help to increase the efficiency of the dam's operations. Fourth, increased lifespan. Proper asset management can help to extend the lifespan of the dam, reducing the need for costly and disruptive repairs or replacements. And fifth, better financial management. Asset management can help to ensure that financial resources are being used effectively and efficiently, reducing the overall cost of dam operations and maintenance. Australia's engagement on DRIP 2 with India draws on Australia's expertise to support improved management of dams and continue to build resilience against climate change, flood management, and water scarcity. Under DRIP 2 and through the Australia Water Partnership, we will be providing technical support to Indian central and state organisations on dam safety planning and dam asset management. We will be facilitating knowledge exchange and visits to Australia so Indian officials can observe Australia's approaches and best practice in dam safety and asset management. The Australian State Government of New South Wales is known for its progressive management over a large number of dams, and I'm very pleased that they will be a key partner in Australia's engagement on DRIP 2, and that experts from Dam Safety New South Wales and the University of Western Sydney are participating in this conference and sharing their experience with you all. It's conferences like this one that can successfully bring together the global dam safety community to innovate, to learn, and to debate the key issues that inform dam safety and operational performance. And this in turn allows us to mitigate the associated risks that ensure the safety of people living downstream and minimise damage to property. Australia is very proud to support this conference, and we wish you all the very best for a successful few days here in Jaipur. Thank you.
We had excellent presentations from our panelists. The national perspective on dam safety was expounded upon by Sri S.K. Sibal. This was a provincial aspect of it was exposed by Sri Deepak Kapoor, with particular reference to Maharashtra, our biggest dam owning state, and the Australian experience from development of the regulatory framework from the provincial angle was explained to us by Mr. Chris. The country partnerships that we are having with Denmark and Australia They have been covered by the Danish ambassador, Excellency Freddie Swain, and Miss Emily Roper, and a beautiful overall 360-degree perspective for the world in the area of dam safety management, the current challenges, and the way forward has been provided by Shri Saroj Jha. We are only about 50 minutes behind schedule, so I would request that all the questions and follow-up discussion that we are going to have may be carried out in the break and in the following sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause for everyone on the dais, please? And can I please request the Honorable Minister, sir, if you can kindly present a memento to some of our speakers on the dais. Can we have the mementos, please? Starting with Mr. Chris Salkovic, the CEO, Dam Safety NSW Australia. Ms. Emily Roper. Minister, Councillor, Policy Division, Australian High Commission to India. His Excellency Freddie Swain, current Ambassador of Denmark to India. So we're getting some for everyone. So I believe I'll just say all our speakers, can we have a huge round of applause for all of them? In this session, we had, as was already mentioned by Secretary Sir, the Shri S.K. Sibalji, Shri Deepak Kapoorji, Mr. Saroj Kumar, so let's have a round of applause one more time for everyone here, and thank you very much for making this plenary session so very explanatory and for sharing with us some of the insights and case studies. Thank you very much. We will now break for tea, and we will have a 20 minutes break for tea. Break ke baad, there will be two sessions which will happen simultaneously. One will be happening here, a technical session, and an industrial session which will be taking place in the mini hall 1, which is on the first floor. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with our technical session 1 for the day. I'll request everyone to please settle down. Thank you everyone who's joining us in. If you can please settle down as we are starting now. Thank you. Welcome back from tea. We are all set to begin with our technical session 1 for the day. The topic that will be covered in this session will be international and national practices in dam safety management and governance. The session will be chaired by Mr. Chris Salkovich, CEO Dam Safety, New South Wales, Australia. I'll be requesting him to kindly join us on stage. Amongst a round of applause from everyone, if everyone may. Thank you. Our co-chair for the session will be Secretary WRD Goa, Shri Subhash Chandra, an IS officer of 2009 batch of Ahmed Kadra. He is currently holding charge of Secretary Water Resources, Government of Goa. Thank you, sir, for being here. Joining us for the presentations will be Mr. Eric Halpin, Halpin Consultants LLC, and former Chief of Dam and Levee Safety in the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you. Mr. Peter Boyd, Governance and Assurance Manager, Dam Safety, NSW. A round of applause is always appreciated. Please keep that going. Dr. R.K. Gupta, former Chairman, CWC. Mr. J.C. Iyer, former Chairman, CWC. And finally, Mr. Rajiv Vishnoi, Bhupendra Gupta, Atul Jain, and Virendra Singh, who will be doing the last presentation, THDC India Limited. Thank you. With that, I hand over the session now to our session chair to kindly take the proceedings forward. Can we get the mic?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the session number 1. I'd like to introduce Eric, who's sitting on my left-hand side, to do the first session, Introduction to Dam Safety in the United States by Eric Halpin.
Good afternoon. It's great to see all my old Indian friends and honored guests. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the United States and what's going on with dam safety there. I'm going to focus in on governance in the U.S. It's been a big topic of late in the U.S. Just a little bit about myself. I spent 40 years in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The last 15, I led the agency infrastructure programs, safety programs. So about 3,000 infrastructure systems in the US. We invested about $1 billion a year, and we had a team of 1,000 experts working on that. So India, as you're thinking about DRIP, scale-wise, your scale is even larger than that. I was a primary person in the agency that both talked to Congress, got money, and led the technical approach to safety in the U.S. By training and education, I'm a geotechnical engineer. And now I essentially do that same job except for clients in industry, where I help them stand up risk-informed safety programs. So here's what I'm going to talk about, a little bit about who we are, where the dams are, mostly about the roles in the U.S., roles relating to governance, and then a little bit of a look forward to some of the trends both in risk management and dam safety and decision making. So for context, here are the 91,000 dams in the United States. About a little more than 10% of this are the large dams, so there's about 9,200 large dams. A couple of things you'll see here. The first thing you see is where the dams are located are related to World War I and World War II. So we fought those wars and built up an industrial complex to serve that. And that was the first use of dams in the United States. And that was in the eastern seaboard where a lot of the industrial complexes were. After the war, The peace dividend is people had money and they moved to the suburbs. And so did the dams. So you see the dams kind of go west from there. The only other thing I'll point out to you on this is you see a lot of dams around the three major river systems, the Mississippi, Missouri, and Ohio. The reason for that is U.S. has some of the largest and best agricultural land in the world. And along these river routes are navigation. So we have navigation structures, dams and locks that move all the products we create to port to feed the world. U.S. produces 60% of the world's soy, wheat, and corn. So from a dam owner's perspective, you can see from this slide, vast majority of dams in the U.S. are private. And then after that, the next most common owner of dams are local governments. So that's cities, townships, counties. After that, it's states. And so you see the federal government, where I worked for 40 years, has a kind of a small piece of that slide. But the federal agency essentially owns as many large dams as are in the DRIP program now, so about 5,000. So there's actually a lot to compare with the US practice to what you're doing here in DRIP. Really importantly, in the US, it's a common law legal system. So ultimately, the owners are responsible. So there's a lot of pressure, not just from regulation, but on self-ownership and self-regulation as to the levels of safety we achieve. Lot of variety and sophistication through that group of 91,000 owners. What influences the US the most are the four big federal agencies. So unlike India, US does not have a cabinet level water resources ministry. You have four federal agencies that are buried down within some of the other cabinet positions. So you see them up here. Two biggest, Corps of Engineers, where I came from, and Bureau of Reclamation. And then Tennessee Valley Authority, where some of you went to recently. And then the last one is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is only a regulator. The other three are owners as well. So the key thing about this group is all of them practice almost identical risk-informed safety programs. So fully risk-based. Everything that's in your law and in the DRIP program now is being practiced on these 5,000 dams. So it's first thing to take away is it's doable. You can do it. If we can do it, you can do it. And so they're really the leaders. And so maybe unlike some places where people in industry, engineering, or construction industry are the leaders, in the US, it's the federal agencies. So it's not only that technically they're the leaders. If you look at the capacity to do risk assessment, this group right here collectively has more capacity than the rest of the world combined. Just in the Corps of Engineers alone, they have 250 people just dedicated to risk assessments, experts in the nation. So that's another scale issue you're going to have to think about. You're going to have to build a lot of capacity for India in industry to have the same similar level of support. All right, so that's really the leaders. The regulators in the US, it's a little bit different by far. The US is 50 loosely United States of America. Each state has its own laws, its own tax base, its own military. So it's when it comes to dam safety, it's no different. Every state regulates differently. So we have 50 ways of regulating dams in the US. Again, it's a hint to the power of the new Dam Safety Act that you have, is that you have the most comprehensive Dam Safety Act right now, probably in the world. So that's an awesome thing you should take advantage of. The big federal agencies are self-regulated owners. In fact, in the US, risk came out of the self-regulated owners. It was not regulated into having to use risk, kind of how you are. And that's a big difference. because organizations like the Corps of Engineers did it because it was the right thing to do, it was the best thing to do, not because they had to do it. So think about that in your journey as you go along. So more on governance. U.S. really relies on non-governmental organizations to be the collaborators and coordinators of dam safety policy, practice, methodologies, research, that sort of thing. Their big role is really in training, though. So you see some of the groups here on the left. USSD is the INCOLD of USA. Then ASDO is an even larger group, but all they do is focus on the 50 states primarily. And the people that are typically members of the NGOs are the federal agencies, academia, and the people in industry. So you should think about the role NGOs will play in your National Dam Safety Act. Academia and dam safety, I was really excited to hear you have 2 national centers within academia in India. I think that's great. In the US, everything is about competition. So the academics themselves compete for research funding, the universities. And so there's very little collaboration in academia. There's really almost no programs within universities that are focused solely on dam safety. What happens in the US, academia builds specialists. And when you get into infrastructure world where you need a super generalist, so if you're going to do risk, you need to know not just about your specialty like geotechnical engineering, you need to know about hydrology, seismology, structural issues, geologic issues, the whole thing. That happens not in university, but in industry in the US. So the only thing I'd say about having your centers of excellence in academia, it's important for risk to be educated and trained by people that have done risk assessment. So where in India is that group, I would say. So the Corps of Engineers and Reclamation fund most of the research in the US, and it's really focused on what we find out of risk. For instance, we're doing big research with the Dutch and the Delft on internal erosion. So industry and dam safety, again, industry competes with itself, whether you're an engineering company or a construction company or a supplier to that same world. So they're active, but mostly as participants. They're not really in the lead. I already mentioned there's more risk assessment capacity in federal agencies than there is in industry in the US. The federal agencies have found it so important that industry had the capacity. The federal agencies are training industry now in what they're doing. And then they're pouring a lot of effort into that because there's a couple of new buyers on the market for risk practice. And you need to think about that. In the US, it's the FERC regulated dams, only use industry, and the mining industry now with GISTM coming out, the global industry standards. They are sucking all the risk expertise out of the world right now. And guess what? They have a lot of money. And they'll pay top dollar. So for the risk expertise that you're going to have to buy, you need to think about that. That's one of the big challenges out there in the world right now. So infrastructure trends, just kind of very quickly. Obviously, clean energy is the big thing and the push, even in the United States. And so hydro is getting a lot of attention and money. Combining solar and hydro is a big thing now. In the US, all the flood insurance is federally backed. So the relationship of that federally backed flood insurance to the infrastructure that provides flood protection is pretty important. For a long time, that was in a solvent infrastructure fund, and after Hurricane Katrina, it became insolvent. So I'm not saying the approach to have federally backed flood insurance works for all situations. Just passed a big infrastructure bill. In the US, there's annual budgets for the government, then there's special budgets that come after disasters. Oftentimes, for the dam people, the money that comes after disasters is larger than their regular budget. Environmental considerations are stronger than ever. You see now the dam people partnering with the dam decommissioning people to pass infrastructure bills so they each get some of what they want. You see carbon calculators in construction projects being a big differentiator between industry people. So things are getting rebuilt greener. And then the other really big trend is this. We have found the mega projects, super big, super complex, to have enormous cost and time growth. So there's been a push to make projects smaller, to break one mega project into 4 normal sized projects, you know, that are only in the hundreds of millions, not the billions of dollars. So that's everything that comes along with cost and time growth. So that's the infrastructure trends. Financing is kind of interesting. Most of the 91,000 dams in the US were built with government funding, whether it's federal, state, or local. And so that's either cash up front or cost shared approach with the local government. What's really emerging now are these other 3 strategies, and federal loans and revolving funds, a lot of them administered by the states themselves, are gaining a lot of traction because it's very low to no interest loans. Privatization of federal infrastructure and public-private partnerships is growing bigger now in the US too. Excuse me. And the last part's probably my favorite and the most effective, which is revenue financed strategies, where you're allowed to plow the finances, the revenues from, say, hydropower back into capital improvements. All right, the directions on risk in the US. First of all, we've all seen extreme events, and what climate change is doing is changing our belief in how bad can they be and how likely are they. So the US has put a lot of research into this whole idea of how do you calculate a flooding event, an overtopping event for a dam that might have a 1 in a billion chance of happening. So there's a lot of really good work on that. A lot of the Hydrologic Engineering Center has new models that help folks do that, RFA. Industry bench, there's a lot of work to build the competencies in the industry to do what, excuse me, the federal agencies have traditionally done. Following Oroville, I was a senior risk advisor on Oroville Dam after it happened. And a big outcome from that was the effect that system issues, the interaction of physical components on a dam, can have on the overall risk is really important. And the effect that human factors, decision-making, mistakes, errors, omissions have on risk is really important. So the risk practice is growing to kind of tackle these 2 new areas going forward. And then finally, it's what I do most of my consulting on is this whole issue of governance, how all these issues tie together to make a modern safety program that's based in risk. So, thank you. This is my last talking slide. So 4 things that are coming out above dam safety, kind of in US society in general, about the direction decision-making is going. So 1 is more social science. We saw that in dam safety with an incorporation of social scientists to help us figure out in models like LifeSim, how do you look at loss of life? Performance enablers. Risk is no longer seen as so negative that it's actually telling businesses where they can take the smart risk going forward. Reputational risk, we all saw it with the 2 dams in Libya. Hours after it happened, we all read about it. So the flash to bang on your reputation and how your dams perform now is 0 time. And then finally, artificial intelligence is going to play a role. Right now, the way I see it is the INSAR applications with satellites imaging to give you information about how your dam is deforming, have intelligent algorithms in them that help pick out the trouble spots. So a lot going on. And that was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Very informative. A lot of parallels with US and India. That's great observation to make, and thank you for sharing some of those trends near the end. I will introduce my colleague as the second speaker, Peter Boyd from Dam Safety New South Wales, who will be talking about the New South Wales Dam Safety Regulatory Framework. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Chris. And I always wonder why I have to lower the microphones when I get up to speak, but I'll leave you to guess why. But yes, I'd like to talk to you today, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak here at this very important conference. I want to speak about the regulatory framework that we introduced in New South Wales to go with our 2015 Dam Safety Act. Two major themes for my presentation, and I'll be going through these slides quite quickly. I apologise, but I don't really want to get the rap on the microphone more than once. So first of all, major theme talking about the framework, and then a little bit about how we actually regulate the dam owners in New South Wales. We have a Dam Safety Act, just as India does. Ours was born in 2015, but didn't commence until November 2019 when we brought in the Dam Safety Regulation to match. Now, dam owners must comply with the Act, and the Act contains things like the establishment of Dam Safety New South Wales, the regulator, the penalties that occur that apply to dam owners that don't comply with the Act and the regulation, and that can be quite steep, in the order of $1 million Australian dollars, 50 million rupee, for not complying with a regulatory requirement. So it's given the Act and regulation some teeth. Underneath that, we have methodologies, and there are a couple of more technical methodologies that are also mandatory for dam owners to comply with, to do with consequence category assessments and risk rating calculations. So they're the more numerical or more detailed methodologies that don't really belong in a regulation, but must be complied with when carrying out those sorts of calculations. And as Chris mentioned earlier on in his plenary address, we've got a lot of guidelines and fact sheets. They're there for helping the dam owners comply, not compulsory, but are there designed to be able to give dam owners a steer to where they should go with things like dam safety management systems, emergency plans, operations plans, those sorts of things. We're finding the fact sheets quite useful. 1 or 2 pages on a specific topic are actually quite useful for dam owners because they don't have to wade through a lot of material. Just applies to a particular topic and can be very useful. So how did we do this? We had an Act in 2015. We had to bring in this thing called the regulation, which introduced the mandatory requirements for dam safety. So we had to do a lot of talking. We did a lot of community consultation before we brought in the regulation, and we provided a lot of material for people that needed the detail, because these regulations were quite a lot, had quite a lot of detail in them, so they needed a lot of explanation. So we provided change summaries. We built on our previous regulator, the Dam Safety Committee. They had quite a lot of technical information. We built on that, summarised the changes for the industry from those, frequently asked questions, fact sheets, a regulatory impact statement, how much our regulation was going to cost dam owners to implement, had to be made. And then, of course, we didn't just change the industry overnight. We gave the industry 2 years to think about it. The fact that here's the regulation now, it's law. The requirements in the regulation, or most of the requirements, didn't come into force until 2 years after 2019. And of course, lots of guidance material was produced. So just some key points about our framework. 4 I'd like to bring out into that is dam owners are accountable for dam safety, and we've heard that a lot this afternoon. Risk-based and outcome-focused legislation. Our legislation is pretty much entirely risk-focused or risk-based, and we'll see that. It's based on dam safety management systems, and it emphasises the role of competent persons. So first up, dam owners accountable for dam safety. We've heard already from Eric as well that dam owners are accountable for any damage or loss in common law. So that's been reinforced by our Act and regulation. And the fact that if you're accountable, you're it. You can't delegate accountability to somebody else in your organisation, but you can delegate responsibility. And who's accountable? You'll see from that slide that the Dam Safety Act in India has done a great job because it pretty much aligns with where we found the accountability level to sit, right at the top of the organisation. Secondly, legislation's risk-based. So we declare a dam, and we call it declaring. That's one of our legal terms. It's a bit mysterious, but that's what we call it. It's based on its failure. So it's entirely consequence-driven. So if it endangers the life of a person, if it fails or causes major infrastructure, environmental, health or social damage, it becomes declared, which means that it comes under our framework and we get to talk to the dam owner about what they need to do. They have to comply with the regulation. And a declared dam similar to a specified dam in the Act here, except it's entirely risk-based, as we have it there. So that's the first part of our risk-based regulation, right at the front. We look at a dam and the regulatory framework based on the consequence of failure. We also classify our dams according to consequence, our consequence category, that's risk-based. And that gives you some examples, if you like, that steers both our declaration of dams and also our consequence categories. So if you have a potential loss of life 0.1 to less than 1 and no environmental damage, you become a declared dam. And if you have major or catastrophic loss from the environment, infrastructure and health and social aspects, no loss of life, you still become a declared dam. So it has two tranches, one based on loss of life, the other based on a major or catastrophic loss in the environment, infrastructure, social and health impacts. So we have our consequence category assessment that's also based on that. So if you have 50 or more potential loss of life, you're going to be an extreme dam in our classification system. Again, not based on size of the dam, it's based on the consequences of failure. And just an example for that damage and loss, that's a very, very small extract from our environmental criteria. So the yellow on the right-hand side is where we would declare the dam. And this is only the environmental aspects. We have 3 other tables that are very, very large. So if your discharge from dam break would significantly contaminate waters or which have significant impacts on ecosystems, that's when you become a declared dam. Depending on your loss of life, you get a consequence category. So that's 2 aspects of our risk-based regulatory framework. The next is some extracts from our regulation, and we build the risk requirements into the risk management framework. So as part of our safety management system that we'll see soon, we must, or the owner must, use the framework to produce a written report, and they must set out the societal risk rating and the highest individual risk rating of the dam. And that's calculated in accordance with those technical methodologies that I talked about. So it's cascading down. You need to do a quantitative risk analysis. Part of that analysis is calculating societal and individual risk, and you use our methodology to do that. And that will be familiar to most. It's the classic FN curve for societal risk. We have that societal risk rating, which is that very top corner up there. That's what we term the societal risk rating. It's the highest rating on that FN curve for societal risk. And you'll notice that that particular mythical example is above the line we call a safety threshold. Sometimes it's called intolerable risk. We call it safety threshold. If a dam is above that risk threshold, we take a very, very, very close look at it as a regulator. Talk very closely with the dam owner about how they're going to treat those risks. But it's outcome focused. The dam owner makes the decision on dam safety improvements. We'll talk to them if they're above that safety threshold, but the dam owner must meet the so far as reasonably practicable or START requirement for addressing the risks. That's part of the regulation. And to do that, they can, the regulation states that they may use a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis to assist with determining whether or not they've reached that so far as reasonably practicable position. So here's a dam owner, got a dam, got a bunch of risks. They must analyse those risks and the treatment of those risks to the extent that they must be done so far as is reasonably practicable. And we could spend a whole 2 days talking about that alone and how that works. Dam safety management system, key element. The dam owner must establish the system. That's part of the reg 12.1. It must be designed as the primary means of ensuring the safety of persons and property is not put at risk from the dam. So it's the core of our regulatory system is a safety management system. There's some precedents for this. There are safety management systems baked into other regulatory frameworks across the world and across the jurisdictions. If you flew here on an aeroplane, the carrier that flew you must have a safety management system. Their maintenance organisation must have a safety management system. And they feature all similar, if not the same, management system elements in all of those. Very similar to what we require as well. And they all emphasise management systems with a large element of risk management involved. And as Chris mentioned, it was heartening to see that the global industry on tailings management standards on tailing management for tailing dams also takes a similar approach. So what is this management system? It must provide a comprehensive and integrated system for the management of all aspects of foreseeable risks through the whole life cycle of the dam. So if you're in design, you need a safety management system to look at the risks in design all the way through operation, maintenance, decommissioning. So it's everything covers the dam. A global standard for asset management, we require that safety management system is based on ISO 55001. That's a must. So dam owners must look at the international standard for asset management and craft their safety management systems around that. It's very like other management systems. ISO 9001 for quality, 14001 for environment, has all the same management aspects, but it's focused at how you manage your asset. And that's the dam owner builds in a systematic approach to managing the dam or managing the asset, which just happens to be a dam, throughout its life cycle. And that's a cut from the standard itself at the bottom. It's a structured best practice approach to managing the life cycle of assets. So if you've got a safety management system, that's a good standard to base it on. It's internationally recognised. Finally, competent persons. Our regulatory framework is very much based also on using competent persons. So a single competent person, for example, this is an extract from the regulation, must undertake consequence category assessments, risk rating calculations, safety reviews, and independent reviews work involving dam designs. That's one person must do that. But if you've got a higher consequence category dam, like a high dam or an extreme dam, you must have someone review those assessments and an independent person reviewing your risk rating calculations. And you must have a panel to do safety reviews, review the safety reviews, and reviewing dam designs. So safety management systems is the core. Part of that safety management systems is an integrated risk management approach. Part of our regulatory framework is making sure that the people who work within that framework are competent. And what does that mean? It's built into the definitions of our regulation that a competent person is a person who has acquired through training, qualification and experience, knowledge and skills in dam design, risk analysis in relation to that type of dam, and a whole bunch of other things to do with engineering expertise, membership of the Engineers Institute of Australia, for example, those sorts of technical qualifications. But the core of it is training and experience. And lastly, what do? How do we oversight the industry? We've got this risk-based regulation. The accountability of safety is with dam owners. We have safety management systems. So how do we do it? We don't approve anything. There is nothing that we sign off as a regulator. It's up to the dam owner to ensure that what they do in design, operations and maintenance is looked after by competent people. What we do is we achieve oversight by auditing their systems. We go in there and we ask all the questions about how they do things in accordance with their documented processes. Look for gaps. Make sure they provide evidence of inspections, evidence of reviews of things that they need to do. So a lot of our operational work is auditing dam owners in the field, asking those difficult questions. You might have guessed from our guidance material focus that we carry out comprehensive education programs to assist them. Things like webinars, the guidelines, the fact sheets, everything that you need to do to help them. And finally, if someone doesn't behave, we've got a graduated and proportionate response to non-compliance. So if something goes wrong, we look at all of the circumstances for that non-compliance with the regulation or the Act. What's the compliance history of the dam owner? Was it a large non-compliance? What was the result? Was it a huge consequence, potentially? And we come to a decision about whether we educate them or whether we fine them, or even more, whether we need to go to court to impose that 50 million rupee penalty. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We have now two presenters. I might just take a few minutes to see if there's any questions for either Peter or Eric, if anyone has any questions. We have one mic. Oh, wait, we can share the mic between the two. So we have a question here.
For the first 2 years, not a lot, I think. Yeah, no, for the first 2 years, not much. The next 3 years, which, 2017 to 2019, a lot of work on talking to people, looking at current practice, looking at best practice in other regulatory systems, aviation, for example, rail, and then making the regulation. It takes a long time to make a regulation. If you ever want to get very frustrated, write a regulation, because legal drafters are very interesting people. Yes, you can't. The question was, you're in that situation at the moment. You can't underestimate the amount of work it requires to get it right. You can get it done, but you've got to get it right. So the more resources and effort you put in getting it right, the better, and that takes time.
We have another question.
Yeah, Mr. Peter. Myself, Anil Jain, Chief Engineer, Central Water Commission. I would like to know your definition of the competent persons. Are they from the government sector, or they are free from even the private sector's people are also performing? And how many is NSW is also having the strength of competent persons?
Okay, competent persons. Probably the majority of our competent persons are private sector. Most of our work, for example, in the risk, the quantitative risk analysis, are private consultants. So yeah, mostly private, very much based on their membership of organisations such as engineers. But we also have requirements for, say, geotechnical and the other disciplines that are needed to do a safety review, for example, the whole gamut of environmental, hydrological, seismicity experts. So in addition to that definition, which was the first part of what a competent person is, there are all those other things that a competent person needs to meet. So some dam owners have competent people, like the larger state-owned state organisations do have competent people within their ranks, but the majority of our dam owners don't, and they need help from those competent people.
Thank you. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any more questions, so we'll move on to the next speaker. We're actually skipping number 3 because that is not happening. So the next presentation is from Dr. R.K. Gupta on best practices for dam safety management.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be talking about some good practices for dam safety management. And I suppose since morning we are talking about risk-based approach for dam safety management, which is the internationally well-accepted approach. So the first best practice, I will touch that only. Dams, we need dams, everybody will agree. These are inevitable infrastructure for water security, food security, energy security for any country. But in India, we have developed so many dams, reasons being 3. First, we have large demand for water, number 1. Number 2, our availability is low in terms of demand, in terms of per capita availability. Third, we have a very peculiar hydrological cycle in our country. We have 3 months of monsoon where we receive 100% of water of a year in the country. But in 3 months of monsoon, if we analyze that, only in 28 days, we received 75% of total water availability, whatever we have in the country. So we need to have storage. We need to develop storage sites. There is no other solution for having water security in the country. This graph shows the development of dam construction in the country, decade-wise. And in 70s and 80s, dam construction in India grows too much. After 80s, the growth reduced. Cumulative graph shows dip in the rate of growth. And the second graph in the bottom shows the number of failures. And if you look at the cumulative figure of number of failures, after 2000, year 2000, the graph is steep, which means growth is increasing after year 2000. If we plot the failure ratio, then we will see that our failure ratio goes down after 1950 because of the growth of large number of dams we have constructed. But after year 2000, the percentage is increasing at the time when construction is reducing. And what is the reason behind that? If we look at if we analyze our failure data before year 2000 and after year 2000, before year 2000, the dams which failed, which were having life less than 5 years, were too much. But after year 2000, lesser number of dams which are less age is having failure. What does it mean? It means that after year 2000, more and more aging dams are showing problems. and lesser new dams which are being constructed are showing problems. So this shows the need of having good dam safety management practices. And this shows that we have to follow certain steps for having good dam safety management in the country. What are the pillars of dam safety? Simple. First of all, everybody will agree that we have to have a sound structure. Structural safety is guaranteed when it bears not only normal but extreme loading conditions. Second, we have to be vigilant. We have to monitor the behavior of the dam, health of the dam properly. Third, emergency planning we should have. Fourth, we have to share the lessons learned from disasters. Some success stories of rehabilitation and others we also have to share so that our dam owners in different parts of the country gets proper knowledge and gets capacity building exercise. The last one is the risk-informed decision making, which we are talking since morning. And in Dam Safety Act 2021 in India, this has been given proper emphasis on risk-informed decision making. It says that all the dam owners have to carry out risk assessment of all dams within 5 years from the enactment of this act. What is this risk management approach and what are its benefits? The best benefit is it doesn't talk about only failures probability. It doesn't talk about only structural integrity of the dam, but it talks about the consequences also. So when you know both the things, you can decide what is the risk to a dam. And when we can this is the best exercise to compare the risk of different dams also. One dam is having more risk, one dam is having lesser risk. So you can plan your decisions, not only investment decisions, but also monitoring and surveying decisions, surveillance decisions, also instrumentation plans, emergency robustness of emergency action plans, everything. It can be dependent on your risk analysis results. When we carry out the risk analysis, I'm just showing some benefits of risk management approach. When we carry out the risk analysis, we look at different potential failure modes. How a dam can fail in different scenarios. Maybe an embankment dam due to piping, due to earthquake, maybe due to overtopping, depending upon the situation at the distress condition. So different failure modes at a particular dam are analyzed based on the present condition of the dam and the data. And after that, the analysis is done. There are some tools which carry out the analysis part. I'm not going into detail. But this part, which talks about the identification of failure modes, how a dam can fail, it gives an insight about the dam's condition, how a dam will behave. And dam owners can take many decisions about the particular points for studies, investigations, and deciding upon different infrastructure plans like instrumentation and monitoring. This approach is also very good. In the bottom, you are seeing some risk matrix. It's a qualitative risk analysis result where you can put your dam. It shows it may be on high risk zone, it is low risk zone, and we can decide we can take many decisions about how to go about the rehabilitation plans, where we should invest, and what actions we should take on the implementation of different mitigation plans. Yes, if we have a risky dam, whether the risk is tolerable or not, every country, different countries have different tolerability diagram, and called USAC, USPR, SPAN code, British. Different countries and organizations have developed their own diagrams. After calculating the risk, we analyze whether this risk is tolerable or not. It is not necessary if we see some distress in the condition that we have to take immediately the rehabilitation. No. And if we decide for rehabilitation, then what rehabilitation we have to take? Structural or non-structural? If we go for reducing the potential loss of life, non-structural measures like strengthening our emergency action plan, reducing our response time, or structural measures like rehabilitation plans, etc. We can take both. What I will suggest, we should go for both for any risk control action plan. This tolerability diagram, which is shown here, is developed by CWC during DRIP program but it still has to be adopted for the country by NDSA by developing guidelines for that. The second point which I would like to talk is the risk control options we have. Risk control exercise starts right from planning and design and goes through operation and maintenance phase throughout its life. If you have a very good planning, very good designed dam, then you will have reduced risk. And as the aging grows, if you are following some good O&M practices, then definitely your risks will be under control. Generally, when we look at our new dam sites, we don't look at the sites we don't look at the site from the angle that in future we may need some spillway, more spillway capacity, and how we will increase the spillway capacity at this site. So now, when we have learned the lessons that our hydrological cycles are changing, our hydrology is changing, when we go for a new site, we should always bear in mind that how we can change our spillway capacity here. So that site should be preferred, and raising of dams should always be kept in mind when we plan and design a dam. Second, in planning and designs, more new materials are required, especially for embankment dams, earthen dams, low earthen dams, which are susceptible to overtopping failure. Why I am talking about overtopping failure? Because if you see the statistics of failure, dam failures, then around 50% of the dams in the world have failed due to overtopping. And these dams are small embankment dams. So if we can tackle this problem, then we can at least solve the problem of dam failure for small earthen dams. How this can be solved? There are two options. First, we have to review the spillway capacity. We have to increase the spillway capacity regularly, depending upon the hydrological review. Because in the beginning, we always have the design flood for spillway which is quite low. It is not PMF. It is not sometimes SPF also. So we need to have dams. We need to build new designs for the dams, which can allow overtopping. We need to have new materials which can replace pure earthen materials so that overtopping is allowed. Maybe it is little costly, but we have to weigh the situation, whether we have to go for catastrophic situations where we cannot increase the spillway in the future, or we have to have a new designs and new concepts. But one thing must be kept in mind, that even a small dam failure in the country may halt the progress of dam construction in India, or everywhere, I will say. Yeah, during construction stage, definitely, I will say that our construction quality has to be good. And agencies, construction agencies, accredited construction agencies should be who have good experience, sufficient techniques, and resources should be allowed to construct, especially embankment dams, because these dams are failing during first filling of the reservoir, which shows that the construction quality is poor. So our construction agencies have to be accredited by having good, on the basis of their resources and competence. During the O&M stage, definitely we should have robust EAP, but EAP should be regularly changed. We should have good coordination among different agencies, which can reduce the response time, so potential loss of life can be reduced. These are some steps which are needed for risk control. The next point which I would like to highlight is hazard potential of a dam shall be minimized, and it should be a continuous exercise. How can we reduce the hazard potential of a dam if we don't allow more settlement downstream of a dam? But after dam construction, we have seen that settlements grows, and the risk of loss of life, number of loss of life increases after dam construction. So we need rules and regulations, laws, which have to be enforced so that the settlements in the zone where floods can come due to dam breach or due to normal spillway discharges shall be restricted. Population settlements and different activities shall be planned so that the hazard potential is reduced. And this hazard potential reduction shall be done continuously. Otherwise, what we have seen as per our experience all over the world, that after the dam construction, even in a forest, you will see a lot of development downstream of the dam. You will start seeing some resorts coming up or in the downstream, and some hotels are coming up. So this has to be reduced. Otherwise, at the end, what we will hear when spillway discharge, even for normal spillway discharges, then the country will say during floods that dams are causing the floods. No, dams are not causing the floods. Dams, because they are living there in the flood zone, that is why they are experiencing the flood. The river is behaving or flowing in its own course, whether dam is there or not. So we have to now to demarcate two lines also, two zones also. Every dam owner shall demarcate zones for normal spillway outflows, which can be said flood zones, and the zone where dam breach water can come based on the dam break modeling. And these zones, we should have some good regulations so that settlements are reduced. This is the failure data, which I talked about, that smaller dams need special attention. This is the data for India. We have 42 reported dam failure cases. If we look at these cases, 26 dams are less than small dams, I will say smaller dams, and 36 are embankment dams. And most of the failure are due to overtopping or breaching actions. So if we want to avoid disasters for embankment dams, as I said earlier, we need to have material change, design change, as well as we need to decide upon the design flood for these dams, not just based on the heights, but based on the consequences if the dam breach. And more the consequences, more the design flood for spillway should be. Here, I will like to talk about the latest technologies. Of course, everybody will agree. But these latest technologies are necessary for dam health assessment and for dam health monitoring. Some of the technology have many dam owners who are dealing with dam rehabilitation programs. They must have seen the importance of geophysical science in assessing the health of old dams, which can assess the seepage path and other problems. The latest technologies for instrumentations and in other areas shall always be applied. And I would like to say that rehabilitation programs and any decisions as taken by dam safety review panels or any other committee shall be based on scientific studies and proper justifications. This is the systems approach. Dam safety management is a system. There are various components, and if we look at a system point of view, then each of these components has to be supervised properly, and efficacy and adequacy of each component has to be reviewed periodically so that the entire dam safety management program gets a success. Last slide, I will always say safe dams are needed for safe future. Future means for safe, water secured future for our future generations. And best practices are just not limited to 2-3 points which I have talked about, but in every area of dam safety management, in every component, you will find that some good steps have to be taken so that the sustainability of dam safety programs is assured and our dams are safe and they supply the assured benefits to our future generations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, and some really good points raised there around the benefits of moving to a risk-based approach. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Gupta? We have one question here. Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Lily, you have presented very well, and the presentation is very, very attractive, and it needs a lot of honors. So thank you. I'm Engineer Edward from the Ministry of Water, Tanzania. I'm in the dam safety unit as well. And I'm a dam and a dam safety expert in the country. So I have some few observations. One of observations which I've encountered so far is just I would like to have an experience in India. What is the institutional framework or location of this dam safety so that it may be free from different influence and it should be a standalone? Should it be having something to, can you just explain something as like an experience? And you have, parallel to that, I would like to give a very simple experience and about the previous questions about a constant. Yeah, the question is, let me borrow it. I would like to hear your experience in India about the location or institutional framework, arrangement or whatever of the dam safety. That is what I wanted to hear from you.
Yes.
And if parallel to that, I would like also to add one experience pertaining a competent person to be engaged in the dam safety related activities. That was the part which I want to contribute also, because this questions was asked the previous session. So I would like to just to contribute on that if it makes more sense. Thank you.
Thank
if you
you.
allow me, I can do something on that, but let me start with the first
I
question.
think you want to know about institutional development related to dam safety management in our
Correct.
country. Yeah.
Correct.
So if you have seen the presentations in the morning part and in the afternoon also, we started dam safety activities in 1979. We have a central institute organization in our country, Central Water Commission, under Ministry of Jal Shakti, Water Resources Ministry. And we started our dam safety program in 1979 by having a cell in the organization, dam safety organization. And we undertook some rehabilitation programs with in collaboration with World Bank. World Bank aided some projects we took up for rehabilitation of dams, our old dams. And simultaneously, we were working on enactment of legislation for dam safety. And finally, we got our Dam Safety Act in 2021. So after enactment of Dam Safety Act, now we have two organizations at a central level. The first one is the National Committee on Dam Safety. Second is the National Dam Safety Authority, NDSA. So, and NCDS, the National Committee, decides upon all the aspects, guidance, it gives directions to NDSA, and National Dam Safety Authority provides all rules, regulations, and framework for development of dam safety in entire country. So dam safety, dam water is a state subject in India. So similarly, two organizations now we have at state level, State Dam Safety Committee and State Dam Safety Organization. So similar fashion, and at all the dam owners should have dam safety units also. So this is the organizational setup, and it has been developed in India after the act. So yes, some more capacity building, fund providing, and manpower deployment. These are some issues, but it is growing very fast. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the question, and thank you, Dr. Gupta, for the response.
Hi, Chris.
In the interest of time, we'll move
Chris,
on.
can I just a quick one?
Oh, there's another question. Oh, okay.
Thanks, Chris. My first question is to Eric. Eric, you spoke about systems thinking and the human factors and the experiences in the US. Could you just share a bit more how those learnings from the Oroville incident are actually shaping the industry at the moment in terms of how people are thinking through and applying that? And then a quick question to Dr. Gupta regarding you showed there your failure patterns in India. Could you comment on how much you think O&M is contributing to some of those failures? You had 17%, of other things, but then you also had about 25% of shopping. But just trying to get a sense of how much O&M practices might be contributing to some of those incidents.
Sam, so your first question, two big factors out of Orville, system issues and human factors. System issues right now in the US are being treated at the semi-quantitative risk analysis level to actually map out the physical interactions between different elements of the infrastructure. For instance, gate structures with the main dam, with the auxiliary dams, and trying to understand what happened at Orville is they made a release that backed up water in the channel and flooded the hydropower unit. So if you understand what those physical interactions are, you can manage against them. The second one, human factors, there were errors made as well. And the big outcome from that is actually to be sure to have a robust, independent review by a separate entity that comes in and gives you their real opinion about what's happening. Because the spillway failed in part because the owner had a geologic engineer that insisted that the foundation was okay and that he was not independently challenged.
Hello. You were asking about overtopping failures and provisions for O&M, I suppose. Yes. Overtopping failures are occurring at early age of the dam in the initial few years. What I was talking about, that initial 5 years, which are considered to be very critical, because most of these failures are hydrological failures because the design floods are increasing and dam breaching is occurring and overtopping is occurring. Dam breaching is due to maybe poor construction of the dam, and overtopping due to higher design floods coming than the design flood. So at the initial stage, O&M doesn't matter. It's the construction quality matters. So in any way, if we have state governments who are owning the projects, they are having annual budgets for O&M. So different agencies have different budgets, but I cannot say how much percentage of dam cost or say, but it varies definitely. Thank you.
Hello. I am S.K. Manik, Scientist Day from India Meteorological Department. My suggestion is that in case if you are scared about the overtoppling and also the values of design storm, because we are providing the design storm. So before 2014, we have supplied that have been calculated manually. So nowadays, we are calculating by automatically. So that's why you can review only for dam authority, they can review for the value. Then okay, for your scaredness, that should be decreased. And the second thing, for extreme event, those who are happening, that we are already giving by flash flood warning also. So by seeing that that how much water availability or how much water accumulation should be there, you can easily trace out for that. So accordingly, you can operate your dam and your spillway capacity. So that would be better for you also, for your safety.
We design our spillway capacity for either PMF, SPF, or 1 in 100 year return period of floods. And these design floods are calculated based on PMP atlases. design storms. So whether these values are changing due to climate change, I'm not sure, number one. Number two, because of climate change, the temporal and spatial shift in extreme events. Due to that, I will say that you need to change rule curve. And design storms are not changed. Design floods, PMF value will not change in many, many cases. In few cases, we have seen that design floods are changing. And there is a much change also. But in most of the cases, due to this, if the more and more rain is occurring in April, in the month of April or May, what will you do? Then you need to you have to change your rule curve. And what is the frequency distribution of these extreme events in a particular area? That will help us in deciding the rule curve.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next presentation, we have Mr. J.C. Iyer, former chairman of the CWC, talking about opportunities galore for stakeholders complying with Dam Safety Act 2021.
Respected Chair, Co-Chair, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. As you all know, the Parliament of India has enacted the Dam Safety Act 2021, which is a landmark game changer act, which aims at revitalizing the entire dam safety ecosystem in the country. Anyone who has the slightest concern or interest in the dam safety ecosystem would really see large opportunities in the compliances to the provision of the Dam Safety Act. That's what I'd be talking today in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And I'll run through these bullet points. Each one will have around 2 slides or so. Just to start with the preamble of the Act, it calls for a unified dam safety procedures. It calls for prevention of dam failure-related disasters. It calls for creation of institutional mechanism, a multi-tier institutional mechanism for comprehensive dam safety management. Now, what are we talking of? What safety are we talking of? That should be very clear to us. This morning, Dr. Chris had talked about, in one of his slides, what a dam is. I mean, just to bring that, I have translated this, the provisions of the Act into this one slide. What really we are dealing is, we are talking of a dam or a barrage or a weir across a river or a tributary. We are talking about the appurtenant structures, that is the spillways, energy dissipation and river training work structures. Then we are talking about the hydromechanical equipment, gates, walls, hoists, elevators, etc. And then it also says that any other structure acting integrally with the dam or its reservoir or the reservoir rim. So the Act covers the entire reservoir, the reservoir rim and structures there, as well as all the structures integrally built with the dam. So if I see the water conduits, penstocks, low-level outlet structures, all are part of this safety, what we are talking of. The Act also talks of the life and property of the people upstream and downstream of the dam, and the environment, including flora, fauna, and ecology, riverine ecology. Now, this one slide tells us what are the domain areas, who are the people, what are the extent of involvement of people. So if you just move to the next slide, I'll just go to the right slide where I was tried to put in some of the domain disciplines, because dam safety management is an interdisciplinary task. Nobody can deny that. And I tried to put in as many boxes into this, and this is not the end to dam safety management. Now, the key components, basically, if I take one of the, there are a lot of information in the ICOLD bulletins, but if I just take a simple source from the ICOLD bulletin, or ICOLD literature, the key components which it mentions is basically what it talks is the dam safety management is a product of appropriate governance, number one. Number two, regulatory arrangements. Number three, a responsible and competent dam ownership. It talks of having a dam classification where you can go in for prioritization of dams. And it talks of a technical framework where you have all the guidelines and all technical information and standards available at the disposal of the dam owners. When I talk of key stakeholders, the dam owner is responsible for the safety of the dam. He has the prime responsibility that the dam is safe and it's discharging its intended duties. And then comes the ministries of the central and state government who have a specific defined rules. Then we have the private players and public sector players in this. Nothing to deny about the research stations and the academic institutions. And when you go to the outside world, we see manufacturing industry has a major role to play. Information technology sector has a major role to play. Construction industry, as well as other allied services and industries. This is about the institutional mechanism, which has already been mentioned. We have a multi-tier mechanism at the national level and the state level. But what is most important is at the owner level, that is a dam safety unit. Now, the Act clearly talks about an exclusive dam safety unit, which has a set of competent engineers, but doesn't define who should be those engineers or professionals, which has to, of course, come through the regulations from the National Dam Safety Authority. But broadly, if you want to bullet down some of these things, I mean, we have various domain areas wherein we need to have engineers, technicians, and supporting staff. This is not the end of the list, but we have but what it finally, we see from it, the present-day dam safety unit in the states, for these 6,000 dams which we are having, but for few of the major dams which have good dam safety unit, the others are all almost non-existing, or they are, I would say rather it is non-existing in the sense that it is being given as additional charge to 1 or 2 persons manning 10 to 15 dams. So in terms of the Act, it's almost like we don't have a dam safety unit. Now, how we create this manpower? We need all this, it's a huge requirement. We need to have blue-collar, white-collar jobs to be created. We need to have capacity building. We need to have skill development. So we have a formidable task in front of us, and we all have individually have a major role to play. As an institution, we have a major role to play. Now, the next thing which the Act talks of is a national level database. And we had, in the last 2 decades, we have various versions of the National Register of Large Dams. And today we had the updated version of the NRLD 2023. In fact, the large dams and the specified dam, the word term specified dam in the Act are the same. But what happens to the thousands and thousands of non-specified dams, which doesn't fall into the category of large dams? Are we ignoring that? No. There is a clause, section 46 in the Act, which clearly says whatever regulations NDSA frames should be, those measures should be taken for the non-specified dams by the dam owners. Then where is the database of that? Even those, like recent, just one of the speakers mentioned that we need to be more careful with the small dams, but we don't have a database of those small dams. That is more important, because that numbers are far, far more than maybe 10 times more than 10 times of that what we have in the large dams register. So that's the next one. Now coming to the documents, what is happening? If you go to a dam site, we hardly have much of information. The documents, we don't have as constructed drawings and designs. We don't have the completion reports. And when you have any sort of a distress in the dam, how do you address it when you don't have the basic informations, basic drawings? You don't have the logbook records. If at all it is there, it's in a very sketchy form. So we have a huge amount of documentation to be created for each of the dams. And now, of course, every dam may not be of the same category. We have different categories, so categories of dam. So the extent of documentation for each of these categories of dam or the dams should be brought out by the regulations. And we need to see that we sitting at the NDSA or sitting at the SDSO, one is able to get all the information of all the dams on his mobile or on his laptop. So all these have to be taken into a digital asset management. Digital asset, I mean to say Word files, documents, videos and images, all shall go into a digital asset management. And Central Water Commission made a good start with this Dharma tool. But as already stated by Chairman NDSA this morning, it needs to be updated so that we see that the entire life cycle of this asset management, starting from creation, then managing, distributing, retrieving, and archival is built into this system. So that's when we would say that, yes, we have a smart documentation or a smart digital asset management. I am not talking of the physical asset management here. Now, dam safety inspections. Yes. Normally, we have a schedule of pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspections. The Act also says after every event of any major flood or earthquake or any other specific event, also they require to carry out the inspections. And certainly the Dam Safety Act has given a fillip to these inspections, as already mentioned this morning. From 2000 to now it has come to, from 1200 it has come to 12,000. But most of these dam safety inspections are either visual or it's a walkthrough. And we don't have really inspection. If you want to go to the upstream phase of the dam and inspect it, I think those things are not captured in most of these inspections. And how do you do that? I think we need to bring in technology. We need to bring in IT sector into this and see that how we can go and have a survey of all the accessible points of the dam and the appurtenant structures using either unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, or you go in for the remotely operated unmanned vehicle, or of late we have autonomous unmanned vehicles where we don't need a pilot as well sitting on the top of the dam. He can be in his control room and the entire robotic system is traversing the various areas of the upstream, downstream phases of the underwater. Then we also need to use the space technology into this, because there are a lot of satellite products where and imageries which have been put to use for dam monitoring. And the last one which I am saying is IoT sensors, artificial intelligence, and AIoT and other technologies have also come into play in this dam safety inspections. And I think we need to have some collaborations with institutions and maybe NRSA or IITs or any other institutions to have some pilot studies in this particular area. Now comes to the instrumentation of dams. This area has been the most neglected area in the country. Maybe I won't be commenting on world over what is the scenario. But few years back, I was reading some literature. I could see that around less than 10% of our dams are instrumented. Remaining 90% are not instrumented at all. Or if at all it is instrumented, the mortality rate is so high that the instruments are getting damaged and we are unable to replace those dams and those instruments. I think instrumented dam health monitoring is a very important provision which we need to have. And I won't go into the various instruments and parameters of this, but I think we have a lot of opportunity. We have a lot of manufacturers within the country. We have a lot of exports, institutions. I think all need to pitch up. Now, Who will move first? That is the question, and the entire onus lies on the dam owner only. And he has to really activate all these various dots and try to connect them and try to see that all the dams are instrumented. And this is the next thing which we need to see, that we have a elaborate network of hydrometeorological stations and seismological station. And if you want to comply with the act, I think you have a very huge task in front of us, because as far as the hydrometeorological station, act calls for one in the vicinity of every dam. So we have almost 6,000 plus dams where we need to have a HM station. And comes to seismological station, we need to have these instruments in higher dams with 30 meter and above height, or in say, seismic zones, which our regulations will come out, maybe 4 and 5 or 3, 4, 5. So again, the flood warning system and the inflow forecasting system as well will be in place, has to be in place, and then you need a huge white collar and blue collar people to be manning that and developing that and running that. Next, emergency action plan. I think this we have been discussing. I will not go much into it. It's quite a specialized job for most of the dam owners when we have been interacting with them. And the Act says that within the first 5 years, we need to have emergency first EAP and first risk assessment study as well. And now where is the institution capacity to do? I mean, that's to be seen, where we need to have a study of RAS for RADM, and we also need to go in for dam break modeling in cases where we require it. So, and we should not be standing in a position that, no, whatever the right picture says that today, as on today, if we don't have any of these things, nobody knows what to do. Even the dam manager doesn't know what he has to do. And basically, I would not go in much. It is about what is to come into the action plan and categorize as per regulations, whether it's a blue level emergency or red level or orange level emergency, and try to fit in all these parameters. And the last point is vital, that you cannot do in a silo. A dam manager or dam owner needs to have good coordination with the disaster management people in that area. Or if it's a cascade of dams, he has to have interaction or close coordination with the upstream and downstream dams as well. Now, the most important thing which we have been talking of, comprehensive dam safety evaluation. And this, as per the Act, has to be done by independent panel of experts. Normally, ICOL talks of 4 eyes principle. 2 eyes are the dam owner's eyes. He himself inspects and tries to see what are the flaws with the dam. But when he says that the 4 eyes means 2 eyes of the owner and 2 eyes of some external or independent panel. So even the Act talks of independent panel of experts to carry out comprehensive dam safety evaluation. But it's not an easy task. You have to see the entire dam under a lens, and too many things have to be put into the comprehensive dam safety evaluation. And going by the Act, we need a huge pool of independent panel of experts. Whether we will be able to get it or not, that is a big question mark. So who will do this? So we need to really ponder about who will be going about this CDSE. Then comes the dam rehabilitation and improvement, which is the end product of all these things where we have deficiencies in the dam, and what are the likely remedial measures. Now, broadly, if I see based on the experience from the DRIP 1 program, the blue colored things are the black colored things are the likely deficiencies, broad classification, structural safety, operational, seepage, hydrological. Then we have the basic dam facilities and the corresponding things which we have been implementing in the DRIP 1 and also in DRIP 2 is all broadly mentioned in the blue color. And these are some of the things which have been done and under the Government of India initiatives in DRIP 1 and DRIP 2 is going on. And again, the purpose of showing all this is, again, we need a huge pool of resources, where to plug in all this. And this building materials industry and chemicals have a major contribution for this, because most of the dams where there are seepage or where there are structural problems or where there are other related issues, they need to pitch in with their chemicals, with their epoxies, grouts, and all other issues. And even again, retrofitting agencies and underwater retrofitting agencies, we need to really see that how these industries are coming to our rescue wherever we have these problems without dewatering the reservoir. Yes, this will be one of my few last slides. The most important thing which we hear is that we don't have funds for dam safety management. This is something which we are hearing for the last, from many quarters, from most of the states, many which are not able to, because the compliances of the Dam Safety Act is quite huge, and the deferred maintenance has been leading to more and more costs over the years. And this scenario, if I see, why I placed this was, if I see the number of dams we have addressed in the decade, for 90s decade, then the second decade, now the third one, is around 1,000 dams. And what we have spent in this around 1,400 crores. Roughly, as Chairman NDSA was telling, it's around 10 to 12 crores per dam, if you just divide the number of, the cost incurred by the number of dams. Now, if we go by this trend of expenditure, though it's far less than what will really be on scene. There are some dams I know where is expecting or is awaiting around 1,000 crores of rehabilitation expenditure in some of the dams. So even if you go by this, say 15 crores or 20 crores per dam, what the amount comes to for around 5,000 remaining dams, almost we are touching around 80,000 crores. So this dam safety industry is going to be around 1 lakh, not less than 1 lakh crore industry. And where does this fund come from? That is the biggest question mark. And this morning, ACS Maharashtra had mentioned about 12,000 crores he requires for his state. Certainly, World Bank has been very supportive for the last all these programs. Now, point is, we are now, next 10 years, we are going to spend 10,200. So yearly, we are going to spend on average 1,000 crores. But the requirement, what we are talking, the scale we are talking to the entire country is the order of 1 lakh crores for all these activities. So we need to see how we scale up this. The states which are helpless, I think center has to support. But there are various ways that we go in. As a suggestion, we go for a banking institutions or non-banking financial institutions which are ready to pitch in. Or we use corporate sector that you can adopt some dams or some other model, PPP model, wherein we can try to see. So these are the various ways that we need to see that we need a huge fund for this industry if we have to go in for compliances in toto under the Act. So the last slide, as a way forward, I just leave some few key points. Enormous job creation potential. In future, the dam owners would be the engines of job creation or employment generation. And institutional capacity, we need to pitch in more of IITs, more of NITs, and more of engineering colleges into this industry. Skill development is very much required for the dam safety unit. And of course, the synergy between dam owner with academia and with industry is paramount. Financial resource, I already mentioned. IT has a major role, and we cannot do everything manually. And how much of manpower, which was being discussed this morning, how much of manpower can be replaced by automated systems or other technologies and innovations that also need to be seen. So with these few points, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer. Certainly opportunities galore in the digital asset management space. Does anyone have a burning question for Mr. Iyer? Nope. Okay, there are no questions. So we have one last session, and here it is. Yep. Dam safety management practices at Terry Dam with emphasis on downstream safety by Mr. A.K. Singh.
Good afternoon to dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries and delegates of the dais. My presentation is on dam safety management practices which are being followed at Tehri Dam. This is outline of the presentation. Dam safety aspects, then overview of the Tehri Dam, dam safety practices which we are following, and measures for dam downstream safety. I will, because of the time limitation, I will focus on the on these measures only, and finally conclusion. If we talk about the Dam Safety Act, what I could understand, this act basically ensures the safety of dam and appurtenant structures, and it also ensures the safety of downstream habitation. So, why the safety of dam and appurtenant structure becomes important, as we all discussing from the morning, because they are our national assets and we need them for conservation, for storage, and for so many other purposes which we have been discussing since morning. And coming to safety of downstream population, if we see, they are one of the strongest opposition group of the dam, because they are vulnerable to floods which can be caused by the releases from dam. And we need to build their confidence on dams. If we want to build more and more dams, downstream population should have the confidence on dam authorities and dams regulating authorities. Actually, what we are realizing today, which we have learned today, that from Libya, we are hearing that because of the failure of the dams, about more than 5,000 people have died. So they died, though they have not committed any mistake, but they died. So this is the concern of the downstream habitation, and the perception of the downstream population need to be changed, for which we need to communicate with them the technologies which we are using, scientific studies which we are carrying out, and the actions plan for managing the emergency situations we are taking. These are the dam safety requirements which are to be broadly followed by all the dam owners: documentations, inspections, structural monitoring through instruments, hydrometeorological monitoring, seismic monitoring, emergency action plan, early warning system. Dam safety program of Tehri hydropower complex. Before moving to the dam safety program, I will briefly give the overview of Tehri project, Tehri hydropower complex. It is a 2,400 megawatt multi-purpose project, and it is conceived to store surplus water of river Bhagirathi during monsoon, and this water is released after the monsoon as per the irrigation requirement of UP state and drinking and irrigation requirement of UP state. And besides this, it provides peaking support to the northern grid, or we can say national grid. Now it is national grid. Tehri hydro project, it comprises of 3 projects. First one is Tehri hydropower plant. It has four turbines of 250 megawatt each, and Kotesar hydroelectric project, it has 100 megawatt turbines, four numbers, and last one is Tihri pump storage plant. It is having four turbines of 250 megawatt. First two plants are under operation, and last plant is under construction. This is the schematic representation of Tihri hydropower complex. In the upstream, there is Tihri Dam. It is a 260-meter high dam. It is rockfill type earth. It is earth and rockfill type dam. Around 20 kilometers downstream of it, a 97.5 meter high concrete gravity dam. It is Kotesar Dam, and between Tihri and Kotesar Dam, there is lower reservoir, and we have two plants at Tihri HPP and Tihri PSP. Tihri HPP is a conventional plant, but Tihri PSP, it draws water from the lower reservoir and pump it into the upper reservoir. And during peaking operation, it draw reservoir from the upper reservoir and release it into the downstream reservoir. Kotesar Dam project, Kotesar plant, it is a regulating reservoir. As at Tihri, we have two peaking stations. So there are flow fluctuations in the downstream of Tihri Dam, which we are regulating through the Kotesar plant. In the downstream of Kotesar, we get regulated water. This is the cross section of Tihri Dam. In Tihri Dam, we have two inspection galleries, one at the middle level and one at the top level. Normally, in the core section, galleries are not provided, but in this dam, this is a special feature for the purpose of inspection and monitoring. And as we are discussing, major dam failures occur due to overtopping of the dam. So this is one of the important component of dam safety, design, flood and spillway system. In Tihri Dam, its spillway system has been designed to cater a 1 in 10,000 years return period flood, having the peak discharge of 15,540 cumex. Though so far we have observed maximum discharge of 7,500 cumex. Here we have three spillway systems. One is chute spillway, through which we can pass a discharge of 5,500 cumex. Second one is gated left-hand shaft spillway. Through it we can pass 3,690 cumex. And third one is right bank shaft spillway. We can pass 3,850 cumex. First two spillways are gated spillways with their crest at EL 815 meter. And last one is ungated spillway. It comes into operation automatically when the reservoir level tend to rise above EL 830.2 meter. These are the pictures of the spillways, upstream view of left bank shaft spillway, right bank shaft spillway and the chute spillway. This is the animated presentation of spillway system in operation when flood impinges at full reservoir level. So chute spillway comes into operation first, followed by the left bank shaft spillway, and finally, when reservoir water level still tend to rise, the right bank shaft spillway comes into operation automatically. dam safety program. As we have learned, documentation is one of the important aspect of the dam safety program because it is valuable reference for inspection and performance evaluation team. And at THDC, we are maintaining all our records at the central documentation section, right from the planning stage and till today. Significant documents which we have maintained at central documentation section, design summary and parameters, geological reports, seismic reports, all sort of drawings, reports, manuals, and most of the records we are keeping in digitized form. And just before the enactment of the Act, we have completed the O&M manuals for our both the operational Tiri and Koteshwar projects. Dam safety inspections, these are to identify basically deficiencies. So we carry out 4 types of inspections. Informal inspections, which are carried by on-site personals daily during monsoon and monthly during non-monsoon period. Schedule inspections, which are carried out annually by a team of engineers from design, operation, and project, pre-monsoon and post-monsoon, when reservoir is at the lowest level and most of the upstream phase is exposed, and post-monsoon when reservoir is at full reservoir level and dam is subjected to maximum loads. We also have provision to carry out special inspection in case of heavy rainfall or earthquake above the intensity of 4 or PGA 0 greater than 0.1 G. We have conducted comprehensive inspections through external agencies before the enactment of the Act. We have conducted these inspections by CWC in 2009 and 2013, and by USBR USA in 2016. And for Koteshwar Dam, we have inspection conducted through HPI Moscow in 2016. These are some photographs from the inspection. Instrumentation to monitor the behavior of dam during construction and operation period and verify the assumptions during the design. So basically we are using 3 types of parameters which we are measuring: seepage and pore pressure, stress and strain, deflection and settlement. So we are using vibrating wire type instruments, we are using mechanical type instruments, we are using manual type instruments. We are also using geodetic survey for deflection and settlement of the dam. In all, there are 353 measuring instruments and 152 numbers surface settlement points. We have automatic data acquisition system. As I already told, that there are 2 inspection galleries, and from the inspection gallery we are monitoring the settlement. And this is the graph showing the settlement of middle inspection gallery. Green one is the constructed level, and black one is the present level of the gallery, and last red one is the expected level finally. Here we are taking the 3D measurement inside the gallery. For seismological data, we have installed strong motion accelerographs in the dam and around the dam, And for the regional seismicity, we have installed 18 numbers micro seismic stations. We are monitoring regional seismicity to understand the reservoir-induced seismicity in the region. These are the strong motion accelerographs installed in the dam. These are 7 in numbers. These are installed in powerhouse area, one outside the structures in the free field. These are 18 stations for observing microseismic activity. Hydrometeorological monitoring in the catchment, we are observing through 11 number AWS and GND stations about the weather and influence about and it will help us to study climate change in the long run. These are the sensors which are available in the AWS and GND. This is the distribution map of hydrometeorological stations in the catchment area. These are the location of maps, instruments, measures for downstream safety based on the input from the hydrometeorological stations. Inflow forecasting is being done. It helps in making the decision regarding the time and quantum of water to be released to prevent dam overflows and downstream flooding. HAC HMS model has been applied. There are 2 operational inflow forecasting model based on water balance. We are using operational for a lead time of 6 hours and for a lead time of 24 hours. Emergency action plan we have already prepared and it is in practice. It consists first of all identification of emergency causing events, then procedure practices and arrangements for their early detection and assessment. And we have to manage the situation within the storage so that no flood water is released, or in case we have to release, it should be regulated and considering the downstream flood situation. And finally, the uncontrolled release is the rarest of the rare option. We carry out coordination meeting with the state and district authorities and other dam or the hydropower authorities, and we implement our emergency action plan with their regular coordination. We have developed proper notification procedures for the state and district authorities. We carry out awareness program every year before monsoon for officials of THDC and for THDC. We carry out mock drill for flooding every year. When the EAP is reviewed or updated every year before the monsoon, we have considered.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Yes. These are the 5 steps of EAP. These are some slides.
We are now out of time. We have to wrap it up.
Yes, I am concluding, sir. For safety of the downstream, we have carried out for flood simulation studies. We have prepared inundation maps. We have identified 13 locations in the downstream which are vulnerable to flood release. This is the inundation map of Rishikesh corresponding to PMF. This is the inundation map of Rishikesh corresponding to dam break flood. Such type of maps we have prepared all 13 locations. This is the early warning system which we have installed. It is having 2 control rooms at Koteshwar Dam and Dehradun Emergency Operations Center, and there are 8 sirens downstream
Mr.
of
Singh,
Piri.
we must wrap it up
Yes.
now. We are
This is
right
the early
at
warning
time.
system control room. These are some photographs. So
Security.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the session. Thank you, everyone. It was a long session, and thank you for your patience and looking forward to the event tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists here on stage? I will be requesting, firstly, Shri Anand Mohanji, sir, if you're here. So if you can kindly present a memento to our session chair for weaving the entire session so beautifully. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? Mr. Chris Salkovich. So we will also request you to present a memento to our co-chair, Secretary WRD Goa, Shri Subhash Chandraji. Thank you very much, Anmohanji. Thank you for helping us out. Can I request our session chair to kindly now help us do the honors, to please present a memento firstly to Mr. Eric Halpin. Ladies and gentlemen, an applause is obviously needed, so we'll request you to kindly keep that going. Mr. Peter Boyd. Thank you, sir. I'll request our co-chair to please present a memento to Dr. R.K. Gupta. Mr. J.C. Iyer. Mr. A.K. Singh. If you can present a memento to Mr. A.K. Singh as well, please. Of course, that makes for a perfect group photograph here on stage. Once again, thank you very much for sharing with us the international and national practices in dam safety management and governance. Thanking all our speakers on the dais, and of course, our audience for being such great and patient listeners. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of the proceedings for today. We will be seeing you tomorrow for the next part of the conference, where we'll have parallel industrial as well as technical sessions running from 9 in the morning. Thank you very much.